Are we on?
Sort of brought my daughter quit, so she's trying it out.
All of these, or
She sort of likes it.
in the morning, I'll get this to you. Morning, Ray.
You guys are all set?
Yes, thank you all, very much, appreciate it. I might stay in a few minutes, so.
Look at that. You know what? She really good playing that damn start on cars.
Well, there might have been a problem.
Oh, yeah, there's. Your home is there.
Call meeting of the Berlin Township Trustees to order. All please rise and join me in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee Fuller.
Here.
Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Ray.
Here.
Okay, that gets us to public comment. And we have time now for public comment from anyone, like to make a comment or talk about anything.
You tell us when you want us to go to give the update on Evans Farm. I didn't know where to.
Well, we don't have an agenda item for you, so.
Well, I'm doing it during public comment.
Public comment would be right. Try to keep it short.
We will. We will.
Keep it directed to me and.
Yeah, we will keep it short. So, as requested, there's the old ones. I brought them both so we can always refer back, even though the small ones do. And then this is, to our knowledge, the final, well, we'll call it. Now, let me walk through this. So, Orange Township here. This was the Rockford project that got brought in. Right here. This is the piece of property next to Arrowhead. We've designed it. We've looked at the detention basins, and really gotten into that. It has about 113 lots, I think. So what we've done throughout this, and again, brought up during the Rockford thing, is to maintain the 1,240 lots we have. But to make sure that it laid out and we still maintain the green space. We're still 3 or 4 acres after we've maintained this. And we actually put 10 or 12 lots right in here that if, while you're taking certain sections through from the final development plan, mailbox turnaround kiosk that would chew up some of those lots, but we want to reinsert them somewhere else. We do have room still staying within the green space and everything else. So we just sort of thought through that for the future. And certainly questions from you guys. As you can see, it's the same, it's pretty much the same street layouts over here. Everything's the same other than as you get down here, those are the 2 roundabouts the county's require. And again, from what I understand, the county's going to maintain these roads now, so that's sort of nice that the township, and again, you guys can fill me in on, the only thing we haven't programmed and started for a couple of reasons. We haven't started over here, nor will we, because it's sewer's over here 2 miles away and too deep to get to here. So until Don Kenny develops this property and gets sewer closer, because sewer comes in right here, we can't do anything with this. Also, just for your guys' information, and I just found this out while we were really looking at the whole, there's no electric here. So they don't have enough juice coming from whatever electric power station to serve these properties, to serve this residential. Which it was something I just discovered. I'm like, you're telling me if I did have sewer and I had gone through all those plans and really thought through it, I wouldn't have and we were looking at starting this years ago. So AEP, I guess, is looking for a place to do a new power station. I don't know if they've contacted you. I've talked to them a little. They've got some piece of ground down here that they were thinking of doing it in, and I told them that I didn't know if the residents would like that close to their houses.
That's the reason that we have a requirement in our plans for utility letters from the
Yeah.
utility companies.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that, what in the world would you ask that for?
Right.
That's the reason.
And you know what was funny? I think they even wrote a letter and said back then that they would provide electric.
Mhm.
And then just during a meeting trying to go through when I heard about this, I said, you guys, a power station right downtown, I don't care where it is, it affects the whole. And they said, well, you don't have power up here anyway, so. Sports park, have you guys read about the good news on the sports park? So they're moving forward. Alex Dorsey is doing the development for Brad Jennings and has become a partner in the sports park. We certainly are appreciative of that because as soon as we get done in here, we see that carrying forward to our program up in here. This is the Ag Center. It didn't get labeled, but the Ag Center is still going there. And again, we wanted to bring this in because we were requested to and sort of felt like in our yearly update, we had missed that. So wanted to get this to you sooner. We've really drilled down to, with all the detention basins and everything else. Now we'll start programming our Berlin Town Center and that over the next couple of years. Sewer's not here yet. Sewer's not here yet. Sewer's to this piece right here that's right behind. Sewer's to and this is the Ross property. Sewer's to this. We've tried to take the Ross design and recapture those lots down in here. Sewer, there's just enough sewer in here that the county's allowing us to put these 70 lots into here. And we'll bring Ross through and rezone them separately, obviously, but I just want to make sure everything we're doing is depicted on here. For those of you who like cold beer, Standardized Brewery opened up. And it's cute. It gives us an idea of stuff that we'll carry out and carry forward in this area. So anything?
I have a couple questions. Yeah.
I want him to conclude.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm concluding. How's that?
Pedestrian bridge, is that still in the plan here?
So here's what, and I'm glad you brought it up. So a long time ago, and again, we thought that we could get the county to go over with a railroad, and we all met. County, the school district, because the school district said, we don't like 110 buses. And we had designed for $18 million a pedestrian bridge next to that would go over here. The county finally said, well, we're not participating in it because we have the Cheshire, I guess they're going over the bridge, Cheshire Railroad Tracks Bridge, and then they're going south of us over the home road. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but the whole goal here for these three tracks is a quiet zone. So we can stop the loud whistles at 4 a.m. At the crossings. So we have not explored the next step, which would be how do we get people to walk here? And what can we functionally do with approval from the railroad tracks? And again, I'd be glad to tell you that not glad to tell you, but I don't think, nor do I believe that we'll get approvals to go over the railroad tracks. They're having trouble enough going over them with the center stance in the railroad tracks down here for a drive through. But my suggestion is we still do the railroad crossing there at grade with the Z gate to get the walking trails. And that's what we're gonna do down here as well. Since we can't go over with a bridge down here, here, and here, we need to set up Z gates. So which allows us to pave in by the railroad tracks, but not put, here's what the county's having trouble with. This big bridge over here, they want to span it, but they can't span it. It costs them $4 or $5 million more. I think we've had to discuss with, because we're trying to figure out when is this crossing going to be here. Coming off 23 to Home Road Extension. So it's going to cost them $4 or $5 million more to span it because the railroad won't let them put a support onto their land, which would be the same as our walking bridge. We can't span it without the support. So I know this is a big subject and I'm not trying to get out of something. I just know realistically that the walking path is going to end up being a Z gate. I mean, I'll try everything I can in life, but I've talked to the railroad company, and without that road bridge over with the pedestrian, and again, but Ron, you were here, we were going to have the pedestrian walking bridge right attached to the road bridge. Then it made sense.
Equine trail.
Well, here, this will be our ag center. And again, I'll go back to, and you guys can tell me what we promised or what we had alluded to. It's really been a situation where do you go off our site to connect? And I think Tony said it a long time ago, oh, we want equine trails that would connect to the Cheshire trail system. And we just I haven't thought about it. I don't know where the Cheshire trail system is. And then I think, how are we going to get there? So I'm not saying I wouldn't like the ability, because we are going to have an ag center, but my gut is, for our purposes, my gut is we can do the whole area fenced in, we can have riding rings, we can have trails that affect along in our own place. But I don't know how we're going to get to the equine trail that attaches to Cheshire. I've talked to Pat Paykoff. He owns this ground over in here. I don't know how we can attach it.
So I wasn't here obviously when it was approved, but it certainly seems like when you approved zoning, it came with some conditions, or I think you used the word promises. Without that walkability, those alternatives for transportation, it feels like you got everything you want from a density perspective, but you're stripping away that walkability with the pedestrian, with disconnecting the pedestrian arena, and with taking away different modes of transport under which your zoning had been approved. So what I'm asking you is, if you're gonna make it like a standard subdivision, no problem. But there were exceptional densities approved because of exceptional amenities.
Right.
So if
The
the
ballparks
amenities,
and everything.
right, exactly. So, and it was gonna be public ballparks and that's private, and those kinds, and that's fine, but if
Well, that'll be up to you
amenities-
guys, right? When we program the ballparks, what happened?
Well, hold on, let me
Okay, good.
when the amenities go away, should not also the densities go away?
Well,
Because the reason for the densities was the amenities. And now what we have is excessive density with taking away the very things for which you got that extra density.
I disagree.
Okay, sure.
Only
sure
because
why.
I don't think we're taking away any of the amenities.
Pedestrian bridge is no longer going to be an option.
Pedestrian walkability to connect here to there
is gone.
is gone.
So that's
I
something that's
can't
been taken away.
imagine, unless the railroad company and everybody would say yes, but they're
That's
not.
fine, but you acknowledge
But
that's something that's
Z-gate-
been taken
but
away.
a
That was an
Z-gate is a
amenity
good
that was part of the approval. That was intertwined with the approval of it.
Well, I'll say this.
It was taken
I
away.
did see a letter from Mr. Ironman that said that.
Yeah.
The discussion was always around the bridge going over and the walking being part of it. So
And
now
that
going
discussion
to a
informed the
separate,
approval of that zone.
right.
Right.
And so the county, and I'm not taking it away, the county, that when they said, and the railroad company was not doing a bridge overpass, took away our path, walking path over that bridge. So what's our substitute? What's our substitute? I'm not saying we don't want it. I mean, look, it benefits all of us to have the connectivity. And that was my proposal for a substitute. At this point, I know I can get the railroad track to allow us to pave it and put in a Z-gate, still $200-something thousand. So I'm not trying to get out of,
Well,
spending
that
money
versus
for
15
connection.
million is a pretty significant difference.
Yeah.
It's gonna save you a lot of money, but not.
well, we weren't gonna do the bridge
Yeah.
anyway. The school was gonna chip in 5 million, the developer, and then the county was. And the county said, we're not chipping in any because we're not even gonna approve a bridge over there.
And then the equine trail as well was something that was discussed, and it wasn't, an insulated ring that horses run around in. It was to connect with a really critical amenity that a lot of people use, the Cheshire Trails, the equine trails. So, I want to understand why this density should still be granted when it does feel like things have been slowly being taken away from the primary reason why it was granted in the first place.
And again, I appreciate you saying people taking things away. We didn't take this away. This was the county not building the bridge, going with us to build the bridge over here. So we're trying to figure out a way to still suffice for the connectivity. That's why we're doing the quiet zones. That's why we think the Z-gate makes the best attempt to do that. The horse trails, to be honest with you, I don't understand how, and again, I'm not blaming anybody in our group, but I don't understand how we have an ag center, whether it was going to be down here or up here, we have an ag center. And I'll say this, Mr. Ironman, how are we going to connect horse trails to get to the Cheshire?
That's a fair.
I know,
That's
I
a
just
fair
don't
question
know.
to ask, but
I've
that
never-
should have been asked at the time of approval,
Right.
years and years and years ago, and not been something that was a promise made to the residents of Berlin Township and the BZC and everybody that it would,
Yeah.
without any actual solution.
Right.
So I.
No, I'm, I appreciate it, and it's something.
Well, so could we, and I'm not trying to go to the past, I'm really trying to get to the future
Mhm.
point. Could we explore the potential addition of other amenities at this time as possible substitutes for some of the things that are not being delivered on?
I'm with you.
Like, for example, a number of residents in our community have brought up numerous times about a pool or a community center.
And I think that when we start programming here to be central.
So something, and you're not making any promises.
No, I know.
So I'm not gonna hold you to
I'm
it.
trying to, yeah.
But what I'd like to see is I'd like to be able to at least provide some narrative of
Right.
where we were, how things evolved, how we needed to go, but how it didn't come, the end result was not just excessive density with
Right.
the lack of amenities.
Right. No, and
So
like I
how
said,
can we
I don't
figure out
think
that
anybody's
balance?
trying to take away the amenities. Let me ask you a question. What is happening with, I thought a pool facility was going up in here.
Not,
Wasn't it?
not to my knowledge.
Rick Carr and a bunch of people were doing
Oh,
some.
that's, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry,
That's the Buckeye Swim Club. That's an indoor training swimming facility. That's not like a community center or a pool. And,
And when you say community center, open to all Berlin,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Because I know, I'm sure they'll have a community center and a pool, yeah.
yeah, like Glen Ross.
And I know
Community Center.
When we do this, there'll be a community, because it's 500 lots that can support it, right? I'm willing to explore anything.
Well, great, and maybe we can explore.
I just
that.
don't, we were never,
I'd heard
we
something
never
about
did anything
I'd heard
about-
something about YMCA at some point.
yeah, that was, so the YMCA, when we first started in 2018, signed a MOU, and they were gonna build 120,000 square foot line, running track on the roof. I saw the drawings, the board approved it, then COVID hit. So my
And
gut,
is there any intention to build that out?
in the
still?
near future, they won't tell us that there is. I mean, what better spot against the railroad tracks? And if the YMCA would, again, there's something that we could explore. I mean, we have some area right in here that would be perfect in Berlin for the I'll make a call on that, because that's a good,
Yeah, and that's all I wanted to.
Oh, I
get at.
appreciate you
So,
commenting.
and then the final question I have is for the sewer. Were you planning, because I know at one point there was discussions and, that annexation did not go through for the city of Delaware for that area. Were you planning on working with the county to get the sewer in?
So let me, tell you what happened there. So we went, I partnered, did an annexation, and I went to them with the last meeting for approval, and it was something that we always understood zoning, that this piece would be annexed because you can't get sewer to it. The county can't either, right? So.
Now they can. They're gonna get it to, Buckeye. They're working on coming down. They have it coming to Buckeye.
From here,
North.
yeah,
It's not coming from the east.
I was always under the impression that they couldn't, I was always under the impression that we had to do this, had to annex, and I think that's how we went through zoning, right? I mean, correct me if we're wrong. We were gonna annex this, we took it for annexation so we could get the sewer coming from Glen Ross. And when we got there, DeGenovo, he's passed away, had cancer, and a couple of the people, I mean, we just took it because we were supposed to get sewer to it.
But they didn't like the millage.
And they voted 2-2.
Yeah, and then it was denied, but they didn't like that it was the millage that the
Well, they
excessive
wanted
cost
us
that
to-
would be spread to the residents.
Well, and
Because
here,
it's double.
yeah, because they had
taxation.
7 mills
Yeah,
on all their
for
property.
what they would need, I mean, you expect residents would not be happy with having to pay that. We get calls from Glen Ross all the time, saying, why am I paying Berlin Township and City of Delaware? And we have to explain, well, your property was annexed, your area was annexed, and yes, you're floating that bill for both now. So,
So do you have you mean property taxes?
yeah,
So the millage, so even though after it's annexed, they're getting double the
absolutely.
property tax for Berlin,
Yes,
and then they're getting the millage from the city.
that's right.
What's the income tax?
It's expensive.
So they would do the same here,
That's
right?
exactly what would happen, and that's why I'm saying, people who voted no were informed by the residents as to what the actual expense on the resident is for property tax that's in the annex area.
And that's before the new community authority.
And that's that's before the NCA too. And I mean, the residents in that area, if it gets annexed, are gonna be taxed substantively.
Well, the
less.
residents in here.
Exactly. Your residents will be taxed, both Berlin Township tax, City of Delaware tax, and NCA tax. And it's
And
gonna
then
be,
it's-
Well, it would take it to a
And
level
it's
that
10%.
affects the ability to sell it, right?
it
people
will,
to move there, I mean.
versus the potential of connecting in with county sewer, you might want to chat with
Yeah,
the city, because when Buckeye Swim Club came in, they were able to get a county sewer there quicker than the city. The city was going to try to make them sign an agreement when that said they had to annex once the city could offer it. And they were talking, and I think they negotiated to just have it tapped in the county, and they don't have to annex it to ever.
Huh.
So I don't know if
I'll be
it
glad
makes
to ask
sense.
him because it, you know,
The
the
resident-
cost and the whole deal.
Yeah, and it doesn't have anything to do with us, we'll still get, but the residents there would be much happier to know that if you could have tapped in the county.
The
and
builder,
saved that,
everybody would be
everyone.
happier.
Yeah,
'Cause
so-
if you got the city 7 mills.
Yep,
And from what I understood back then, it feels like eternity. Back then they were dwindling it down. It had been more, but does it still stand, 7 mills?
I think it's, do you know what it is for the city?
They've been reducing it.
The number 6.85 stands out, but I don't want to speak out.
What we need is a good treasurer to lower our taxes.
Treasurer has no authority.
But it might
He's
be
already ready
It
for
might
my
be worth
phone
exploring
calls.
that as well, because I think the other thing about this is figuring out a way to make it work to the advantage of
Yeah.
the community that's gonna be living there.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And our goal, from way back when, our goal is to not just sit here and crawl up here slowly
Yeah,
and be here in 20 years. Our goal is now to accelerate and work on this piece. This is gonna be slow.
yeah,
It's gonna be slow. We always say this is 42 acres of commercial multifamily. This is 80. So, we're gonna be chewing up down here and going slowly, selling 30 lots a year. And we need to, to accelerate all the property taxes and stuff, we need to get up here and start working. And that's why the sewer coming from here was important. That's a good comment. I'll check into it.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I
I don't,
appreciate you checking into the wide community center pool as well as the sewer,
I just want to make sure, wait over.
and that's all I have, my apologies, John.
No, that's all right.
Okay, so I feel like there's a little bit of revisionist history going here. So when you came in, it was my understanding you were not going to annex, and tonight you're saying you came in, zoned it with the idea you were going to annex it. So those lots, when was the last time, that property was discussed with the city?
I talked to Kent Schaefer because that's what we thought. We still had to go through some annexation.
It's just a simple question. When was the last time that property was
Few months
discussed with the
ago.
city?
A few months ago. Okay.
January?
Yeah, January, February,
So, February.
somewhere in there. I don't even remember. I can look at my calendar
Okay,
if you want.
sure.
I mean, let me see. I was gonna say, do you remember, but then you didn't go with it.
I believe it was in February. I can't get it.
I'll find it and answer that question. I'm not, but go
Okay,
ahead.
so how will you answer the question?
What?
Will you send it to the
Sure.
fiscal officer?
Sure,
When will
absolutely.
you send it to the fiscal officer?
Tomorrow.
Okay, and how many lots were discussed for that property?
What's it zoned for now? 98, 89, somewhere in there?
So you're not asking for more from the city than what you zoned here?
No, here's what we would do. If we annex it, and this is about duplicity, or if we keep it. We're thinking, and this is a discussion that we didn't have with them.
My question is, what was your discussion with the city? How many lots did you ask for?
So these are single family lots, right? No additional lots, but we were, and again, if we keep it here, we're gonna ask you guys the same. Because of the cost of housing nowadays, we were thinking of doing duplexes there, which Orange Township, we're doing duplexes all along here. Our Orange Township to try to offer people buying. So there's same amount of lots, but duplexes on them. So if there's 85, there'd be 170 duplexes.
So you would reduce the total amount by 170 for the rest of the area? Well, it would be a reduction.
Well, only if you would say, yeah, if you kept it here, we would do duplexes, then we would only be doing whatever amount of lots are zoned there. I think it's 85 or 90.
So if there are double the number of residences, you'll reduce that additional amount in the other area that was approved in Berlin Township. Because it's the whole area was zoned.
Right.
And it was my understanding at the last meeting, because you kind of made it sound like you weren't going to do this, that you're going to do a big piecemeal. But when you come in for the next change, it's going to change the entire thing. We're going to have a plan for the entire area.
What are we saying? I'm losing. So this is the plan for the entire area right now.
No, that really isn't. When we came in, you had, oh, this is probably going to be here, and we'll ask for some changes as we come in.
And you said,
It will be for
go
the
put
whole
it all on a whole area
And so that.
and
it'll
get
come in-
closer to what it's gonna come in
Not
at as
closer.
you do final development plan. Build it.
If I could say something. That leads to the question that really is coming from this meeting, guys. We've done this. We've got this section here and this section here. We've got potential buyers for these areas. Now, do we come in and do all this for them? Or do we let them come in? We have all the standards that you gave, Rock. You have all the standards. Everything that you put out there, all the contingencies. We're not asking for anything different. Here, we just need to line up. First of all,
But when we were here, I asked
Yeah.
the other two trustees, and the entire, and I think it was trustee Bullard specifically said, I want to see the plan for the whole thing.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do piecemeal
that's
anymore.
what we do.
Right.
So it'll be
But we're the master developer, okay?
I don't care who it is, it's just,
But
if
we
there is
have-
a plan, it covers the
So hold
entire area.
on, but here's the deal. So,
I
For
don't think it's a deal.
for instance, no, I'm just talking out loud, sorry for using that word. No. This is sewerable. This piece of property is sewered right there. So we're gonna work with the builder and say, or builders, and say, we wanna do this. Okay, it's 113 lots. Then there, in my understanding, and this is the zoning we've all done, they're gonna say, okay, we have to go, this is a preliminary development plan. We're gonna go through final development plan, and the township's gonna say, hey, we need these 3 lots out of there because you need parking for your mailboxes, or whatever that gets done. And my understanding from last meeting was you didn't wanna lose density, which made sense to me because of the property taxes. So we've gone through each of these in detail.
Wait, sorry, we don't wanna lose density?
Well, that, when we were asked, where are you gonna put those 29 lots that we lost on that
Yeah,
thing?
we did want to lose those 29 lots. You guys insisted on keeping the 29 lots, and so then we said, well, then we wanna see where they're going to go.
Well, I don't
So
think
it
we
was-
insisted, but I'm okay with
No,
this
you guys
discussion.
insisted.
I was thinking the opposite. I really did. I left the meeting
If you
thinking,
guys- if you
oh my
guys-
God, they want
no,
us to be less dense.
Absolutely not.
I was thinking of the property taxes. It
No,
made sense.
No.
Why would we be doing property taxes when it's fixed?
Here's why. Because Ken,
In 30 years, it'll matter, but
when we went through this discussion, Ken, before, when the school was trying to go here. And you said, we're gonna lose the property taxes on those lots. So for you guys to do this simplification plan, we're gonna put a JED on the stuff that's in Evans Farm, if a school goes there, because we're gonna lose those lots to the school. That was the comment. And so my whole thing in preparing all this was keeping the lots.
No, so when Rockford came in, we said, you can either, and you can go back to the meeting minutes on this, you can either lose those 29 lots entirely from the plan, in which case you can say it is a reduced density, because that's what he kept saying.
Makes sense.
And we said, it's not a reduction of density because you're not getting rid of it, you're replacing it. So we said you can either take away all those lots, and then that would be a reduced density, and we could move forward with this plan because nothing else changes in the other plans. Or we need to know where those additional 29 lots are going so that when we find out where those locations are, we know that they are not impacting the current residences, the current neighborhood, the walkability.
Gotcha.
So we had it as an either or.
So there's the misunderstanding of everybody, because we literally got with the Edge group and said, look, got to keep our green space,
Right.
and we got to figure out how to maintain the lot count.
You can get rid of as many homes as you would like in this, and we would be perfectly comfortable with that. So if those 3 homes go out as the mailboxes, and you guys want to say, leave them out, then you don't have to produce the entire thing.
Well,
But, no, because we said this before, if it's that parcel and they're not gonna show up anywhere else, and you guys would sign
Yeah,
the
well,
agreement
that would be
with
the-
loss of those 3 homes.
That would be the law side of it. I agree.
Right.
I get it.
That's what we said for Rockford.
I don't want to revisit that right now, but it was at the end, the agreement, my understanding was that it would come in entirely.
That anything else that came in would have to come in.
But I want to go back to the revisionist history that I have. So you talk about the pedestrian bridge being over with Shanahan, but my understanding was that the county, when you came in, actually said no at that time. And so you had indicated that it was going to go to the north, and it was going to be separated from Shanahan Road, and it was going to be on its own. And that was going to go to the land, it was going to lead so that the kids could walk to the school site that you were going to donate in Orange Township. And that was going to make it so that it would be a nice walkable community, so that there would be fewer cars going. So you mentioned Jensen as being a positive. Well, it may be positive for economic development, but it is not a positive for the plan that you have for Berlin Township for walkability. Because when I read the number of automobiles that are going to be going there, there's going to be how many 100,000 people there a year. And that, the kids are going to have a very difficult time walking to the school site that I do not see in Orange Township. And you can't say the one that was on the Ross property is in substitution, because if you look at the districting, those kids aren't going to it.
So, is that, I'm not sure of the question.
It's not a question, it's a statement. I don't think this plan works anymore. And so I think the density should go back to 1.25 on the east side of the road and 1.85 on the west side of the road, because you're not doing the plan that you produced. It's not walkable. So we were going to have these nice areas that was going to be the celebration was the talk. It was going to look like a celebration. And so we have these front, very walkable, very talking. People are going to walk to work. They're going to walk to school. But now they're going to ride everywhere. And you've got all these people coming into this park. And it's not a walkable community anymore.
Wait a minute. Okay.
And so
Let's talk about the park is.
no, I'm talking. It's my turn. You have the time.
Okay.
That's why I want to make sure that you have your time before I start talking. Now, when it comes to the amount of units, there's going to be more traffic there than what was going to be
In the traffic study.
in the traffic study because of this Jensen Park. And so people aren't going to walk. And when they can't walk, what do? They drive. So not only do you have more people coming into this Jensen Park, but you have people who live there who now have to drive, which adds to the traffic. I think it needs a new traffic study. I think the density is all wrong now. And so I don't think that, and now I probably won't be on the board by the time you get this through here, but I don't think it should be approved at the density that it has now because of this Jensen Park,
Because of Jennings Park?
whatever it's called, yes. That is my opinion. That is all I have.
And I would say the
I'm
walk.
sorry. You have had your time, Mr. Chair.
This is just an information session at this point. And there's a couple of suggestions I've got. One is, we've got a citizens group that's working together to put parks and trails together.
Mhm.
And it would be very good if a major property owner like yourself would participate in those. To bring in the ideas and to maybe the group can work to help come up with a plan to fix some of this. Because right now, it's, like Ken said, it's not, and like I took, it's not a workable solution. We're trying to figure out a way to make it a workable solution. It's gonna take working together to be able to do that sort of thing. So I suggest, being a participant in that, organization. And it's not that we have a plan for spending or building or doing that, we're trying to put a plan together to be able to put a plan together, put it that way. And, so if we could get more participation from yourself, from other developers, that would help. It would really help the whole situation.
And who's the group? I mean, we'd be glad to talk to them.
Initiate with
What?
me. You can initiate.
Okay, great. Be glad to talk to you about it. I respectfully disagree that this isn't a walkable community and that it's changed that. We're not even there building yet. We don't even know what we can do here.
The railroad tracks down to the divide.
Yeah, it's not.
And it's a high-speed rail, and that's where the walkable over it. I didn't hear, would it be possible to go under the tracks? Let me ask that.
I think,
Has anybody looked at that?
yeah, and because of the depth and where you're doing, you can't get the water out if it rains real heavy out of it because it would be so low, just like they did at Orange Road. I remember dealing with it, just sort of looking at it going, you guys in the county wanted them to go under the railroad tracks, but it's so low that where do you drain the water when it rains and it flows in?
The last that I heard was they were still going under the tracks, and maybe it's changed. And the water was gonna go to the, Old State and Orange Road intersection to that basin.
Yeah.
That basin was low enough to be able to drain the bottom of the roadway.
Yeah.
Because I asked that question.
And I'd say just like sewer coming from here, I mean, things are changing as we've been here 10 years, so I get it. I'm not.
But anyhow, what we do need is a way to be able to tie the two communities together. The school, instead of being out in the middle of the development, it's suddenly up at the end of the development, it's way up at the top. And I understand how it got there and all that sort of stuff, but that makes it so that people down here, they're not gonna walk 2 miles to school. That's what you got there.
Yeah.
Is a couple of miles distance to get up
Yeah.
there.
It's really a school now. It's really a school now, but, and I don't know what the school's doing with redistricting and all the things they do anyway. But it's really a school now that Berlin Township's going to walk to. These guys aren't gonna walk that far.
It's too far. It's too great a distance. So that's changed the whole idea of what the community was about. And that's the point that's frustrating us.
Well, and I'll say this, and I respectfully disagree with Ken. I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to change with the times, the markets and everything else, and still do Evans Farm the way we presented it. And there are some, we have to work together to figure out solutions. But turning against me all of a sudden this far down the road and being to the point where, oh, you're not doing what you said you did, isn't the way to work together. It's like, let's come up with some solutions that we all think, because we are delivering what we do. We just want to get up here faster now because I'm not churning away for 30 lots a year. We'll be here. We won't be in Berlin and doing that forever. So,
And get a walking path over the railroad tracks.
and we have 10-foot biking trails. So the key, it's not Jennings. I don't know how to respond to Jennings, but so the key is trying to get something walking this path. And if we can get it, here's where I'm worried about. something's always great, right? I'll just put something there to appease everybody. But because of the grade, you can't put something too close that gets over the train thing, because you'd be walking up steps, switchback steps to get to it, and it wouldn't be handicapped, which is what we all talked about back when we liked that idea of the main traffic, the vehicular traffic with that beside it, because then it came down and tapers that you could even wheelchair across. And that was the thought.
So it was never a pedestrian only bridge concept, is what you're saying?
I never know, but I did see, and after Zenius and all of us got together and I got rid of the old investors and new investors and management, he did bring up to me a letter that Tony had sent somebody about, and I don't know what that meant. I don't know if Tony agreed. I get the letter, I've read it. I didn't even know it existed, but again, we're after the same thing here. We're after walkability. So whatever way we can make these connect is important. It's important to us as well. Even though this doesn't have a legrand down the road, it's still important for us to fulfill gathering this walkability, because it's all one community. We went into it with that. We went in with the zoning and the densities like that. Orange Township, you guys, everybody bought into the vision, and we're delivering it. So if this is a issue, all I can tell you is we'll explore it. And the same thing with this. I'll talk to the county and we'll explore it.
That's definitely an issue, getting it across there. And
Yeah.
I don't remember bridge there on 23, the walking bridge, that's in Orange Township, just south of Home Road. I don't believe that's got a support in the middle of the road.
Right, it doesn't.
But it's one that could be, that kind of a design could go there.
Mm-hmm.
Engineers are telling me no, because there's your span. I mean, that's how far back they gotta bring it to get the span. Let me do some research on it and get back to everybody about what we can do.
You understand our concerns.
Sure.
I think the information has been good from that standpoint.
We're battling the same concerns. We've got this down here. How do people walk from here over to here to be in the town center? And that's what we're trying to work with the,
Same thing. Exactly.
you can't do it because if you're gonna have stores and a nice commercial area, you can't have the bridge blocking the traffic to them. So we can't go over here. So we start talking to them about a Z-gate during this exploration of the quiet zone. So that's all I can tell you.
You understand the issue.
Yep. Okay.
And the upper part there, the other thing that comes out with the taxes going to Berlin Township, shows up on your tax duplicate that's just going to Berlin Township within the city of Tippett. And so even though it looks like it's going to Berlin Township, it's still going to the
It's not.
city.
And you're right.
It's a higher tax. It's a higher tax for those people than it is for other residents of the city.
Well, this is news on the sewer. It really is.
I hope it works out. I really do.
Yeah.
And because I know Rick has been speaking with them, as you know. And so send me an email. I don't meet individually with
No, that's
builders,
okay.
but I will
Send you all an
reply.
email.
Yeah, I will reply to the emails, because that's also a public record. And then
Sure.
if we could tag team you or a representative from you guys up with the Parks and Trails Committee, that'd be fantastic.
Right away. Just tell us.
And it's either, let's look at other amenities we can have, or, if these things are taken away, not because you guys are taking them away, but because they're gone.
What do we
then
put?
We need to maybe look at density and other things that we can balance.
I'm with you. Look, the walking trails are important.
Very.
The connectivity. The connectivity is extremely important to the family as well. It's always been something that the 10-foot bike trail that goes all the way up. It's important, because we have the bike trail here to the south that goes forever. And so we're working, trying to figure out, okay, how do we get them across Lewiston? Are we gonna have to do a checked crosswalking? Of course, it's right near the railroad track, so there's.
The Parks and Rails Committee, sure.
Yeah, I love the trails. Rails is good too.
They're working, not rails,
Yeah.
Parks and Trails, is working to try to put a cohesive plan together for the county and for the Mid-Ohio area. It's not just here, but they're working with other groups and other agencies.
Yeah.
So that's why your participation in this.
Right, and all of these developments on their front, you know, they're gonna have trails that connect. We just, yeah, I got your
If we
message.
don't talk, we'll never get there.
No, we're gonna get there.
Okay, with that, I would like to draw this to a close, and, you understand our concerns, I think. We understand what
The
you're-
connectivity,
And
so I'll
so,
make sure that we're,
I think from that standpoint, it's good communication.
Yep. Sounds good.
It's about
thank you.
it. Okay?
Thanks. Look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving back to the agenda, we have a time certain for 6 o'clock, which is 25 minutes ago. And I've talked to Paul Lafayette, and he's applying, he's available for a telephone conversation with us. I would like to do that, but is there something that you all want to do that's quick, or is it something that's going to take? It's going to take us a few minutes to go meet with the attorney and then come back. Is there something short for either one of you?
Nothing
I hopefully have something short.
okay.
It's one item that's under your trustee items for a township rental, the township hall rental, requesting a waiver. I believe that's me. I would like to use the township hall to do a public meeting for the Berlin Station widening project that we're doing. And
Oh,
for the residents to come in and look at the project, I was just requesting that we could waive the rental fee for that.
I
And,
feel that's township business. So it's, who is it, the Delaware County Engineers?
It's Delaware County Engineer's Office.
Do you have a date?
I do not have a date yet. I'm still trying to work with my consultant, on when we can have all the documents ready and the pretty pictures ready to show the residents. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be in July at this point. I was working with the clerk to like pick a date. I know I need to look at the calendar, but when I was researching when the calendar was open, that's when I realized that there was a fee. I wanted to ask in advance if I could have
I've done
that.
these kind of meetings in the past, and we did them through quite a number of different places around the township.
Right, I've done one year before.
Typically, it's the trustees that runs the meeting, or a trustee runs the meeting, because we can't get together as a group without being a meeting. And
Okay.
I want it to be a trustees meeting, but I want it to be an informational meeting.
Okay,
Not going with, the people, so, and then we send a letter to the residents that are along that.
I would do that.
And put it on the website if anybody wants to.
Right, I would fully plan to send letters out to the residents and put it on our website. You could put it on your website as well. And then I don't think I have to do a newspaper. I don't know if every newspaper too. I could do that if you guys
I
want.
don't think that if just one of us is here,
And for one,
it doesn't need to be advertised.
no, it doesn't need to be advertised, but what we've done is make sure that the
Residents
residents know about it, so.
Right.
And.
But
We'll do
it's,
that.
but I don't think it has to go to the Gazette, is really what I'm saying.
Pardon?
I don't think it has to go to the Gazette. I think people read our websites more than they read the Gazette.
Agreed.
So our meeting is July 9th. So if it's after the 9th, we can just approve the waiver. Because
Okay,
we'll meet again June 10th, and then we won't meet again until July 9th. So
okay,
if you want to get the date to us by June 10th, we can
Okay.
take action on it. But it sounds like there's consensus that the
Okay.
fee will be waived.
so you need an actual date to be able to.
Yeah, do the resolution,
Okay.
say, as you say, the date, time, certain, who's holding it, what's the purpose.
Okay, okay,
But I think there's consensus, right? That,
Okay.
they would, am I right, Ron, that
That makes perfect sense, but.
and then one of us can attend it as well,
One of us
Okay.
put it-
Okay, yeah,
Especially the ones available on that.
whatever date it
Okay.
is.
Okay,
all right, that sounds great.
so we'd like to do that, and that way it becomes an invite to the trustees and not from county engineer, but can do that, so.
And so we'll designate a representative when we do the motion as well.
Okay, all right, because you'll have an idea you know what the date is.
Know when the date
And
is,
you know which
know
one of you is available. Okay, sounds great.
On Fire Road, we had 2 or 3 meetings like that, on ditch petitions and stuff of that nature, we've done the same sort
Okay,
of, just to communicate with residents, it makes perfect sense.
yeah, that's what we need to do for our project too, so.
Okay?
All right, great, thank you so
Do
much.
what you need?
Yep.
Okay.
So when we go into executive session, we can also add personnel so that after we finish with the attorney, we can go straight into.
Okay, we can do that. Can one of you give us the proper motion?
Yes, I can.
I don't know, so
Yes. Let's see. I think it's G1 and 3, but just. And then it's, you want the chief for the personnel as well? Okay.
We don't have any collective bargaining discussion, do we?
Move to recess into executive session for regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, and compensation of public employee or official, and pursuant to G3, conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, with the attendees as the Board of Trustees, the fiscal officer, Chief Mosier, and Attorney Paul Lafayette.
Second.
did we, are we going to do a second one for,
We did both together.
so did we get?
We got G1
Okay,
and G3.
we're okay. Call roll, please.
Real.
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes. Fuller.
Yes. Okay, with that, we could, pause the
When does the next pay period start?
Two-week, you mean? And we're going again?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion
Wait,
to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Brian,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
Okay, we had an executive session, and several items were discussed. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. Do we have any follow-up actions that we need to do?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have a position in the fire department that needs to be filled, and I'd like to make a motion in regards to that. But I did want to know what the pay period start is. Do we know?
There's a current pay period, the last one ended on May 26th, May 25, so the next one would be May 26 through whatever that is, 14 days.
So it started yesterday, the 27th.
Yes,
Okay.
20. Come on now. One of them, the last one is the 12th through the 25th, so the next one would be the 26th through the.
I'll make it. Okay, so Mr. Chair, I move that we hire part-time firefighter Colin Varga and make him full-time firefighter effective 5/26/2024 at the pay rate as established by the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, I will second that. Discussion?
Chief?
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Any other items?
Yes. We, just for discussion, are looking in the future to move Robert Meadows into the captain position. But I would like to wait until we have an answer whether or not regardless of which way the collective bargaining unit decides whether or not to pass or not pass the collective bargaining agreement. Once we know either way, we can go ahead and move on that, but I would like to wait until that happens. For hiring, that's all I have for this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I did have something else for hiring as well, if you want to stay on that.
Okay.
I move to appoint Jen Gosha to Township Operations Specialist at the rate of $20 per hour with the potential start date of May, what time, when did you say the payroll?
May 26th,
It's May
This
28th.
payroll starts May 26.
so either May 26th or 14 days from then.
So it's next time. No, started yesterday. Or Sunday. Today is 28th.
June 8th is the end, so the next one starts June 9th.
So the next one will be the ninth.
Yes, the next first day of the bi-week.
Tentative start date of June 11th. Pending successful completion of paperwork and acceptance of the position.
Second.
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
I, just for the record, I do think that, it's a position that will be helpful to the township, starting out and zoning in other areas as needed.
Okay. I would like to move a couple things around in the agenda. We have a time certain coming up that's for 7 o'clock, but I'd like to pick up a couple of gentlemen that are here dealing with ditch petitions. And we could talk about first ditch petition as Griffith 391 petition as it relates to North Road drainage and the Sherman Farm development. If you could make a short presentation.
Yeah, sure.
How long, whatever you think's right.
Brett Bacon, Deputy Administrator with the Soil and Water Conservation District. So the Griffith petition was filed on June 12, 2020 by Gurdon LLC. Mr. Gurdon was the only petitioner that signed the original petition. He was seeking a...
Could I?
Yeah.
Just clarify, this petition deals with a detention pond over on the new end of North Road near the school, which is collecting water but doesn't have an outlet. And the ditch petition is to provide an outlet so that the water has a place to drain. Right now, the water is getting real close to the surface of the road and with the potential for flooding and icing in the wintertime. So that's what this ditch petition is about. I just wanted to clarify where it was.
So
Do you have a map of where the petitioner is?
I do not have a map with me. The petition was filed to get an approved outlet for the Winterbrook subdivision, which is on the north side of Beach Blow Road. The first hearing was held August 12, 2021. We started field work the next spring, April 22 of 22, and design work was finalized this March. The project total estimate is $226,102.91. And the township's assessment for your 3.153 acres of right-of-way would be $6,543.24. And that's the proposed estimated assessment. It could go down, but it wouldn't be higher than that. Just for comparison, the school has 3.859 acres that drain into the watershed. Their estimated assessment would be $2,868.71. And that would be for their surface flow that goes towards the proposed improvement. Honestly, the intent of the project was to provide an outlet for the Winterbrook subdivision. The pond that you referred to kind of came along at some point in the process. It has been incorporated into our project designs and would set a normal pool elevation on that pond that would allow not only your road drainage to have a good and sufficient outlet, but would also outlet the pipe that's currently subgraded up the corner of North Road and Beach Blow Road. So the final hearing for the project will be July 1st. The commissioners will make a decision most likely that day, but they will hear testimony from landowners both for and against. And as a landowner in the watershed, as the trustees, it is your right to go testify. And if you have a strong feeling one way or another as to whether the project should proceed or not, I would encourage you to do so.
And do you believe there will be testimony in opposition to it?
I think there are a lot of people. I would be surprised if we don't have some testimony against. We did have testimony against the first hearing. We also have a lot of new lots that have obviously shown up in the Winterbrook subdivision that weren't there when the first hearing occurred. And I'm sure a lot of those folks are going to be pretty confused when they get their letters and want to know why they're being included in the project and why they have a stake in it. So, as our office, I say this to folks a lot, we do not take a position. We are there to be a technical resource. Doug's office is there to be a technical resource. We're going to present the project and, basically be there to answer questions, but we're not going to testify for or against the project. That's up to the landowners. And then, it's between the landowners and the commissioners as far as having that conversation is, whether the project is necessary, whether it's conducive to the public welfare, and the benefits outweigh the costs. And the commissioners really look at the testimony of the landowners to answer those questions.
Okay. Just wanted each one of you to know that it's an important ditch petition to drain North Road and not get to the point where we have to close school or something like that due to the problem. And so we probably would be best if all three of us could go testify, but certainly we need to have one there, two there would be better, three would be better. So we need to do that. Could you make sure that we know the exact schedule? Because sometimes it doesn't come through, sometimes it does.
July 1st at 10 o'clock.
Pardon?
July 1st at 10 o'clock.
July 1st at 10 o'clock?
Yep, and that'll be in the commissioner's hearing room.
I can definitively say I will not be available at that time. But I am happy to designate a representative on behalf of the board to speak on our behalf.
Well, I would like to try to be there, and I think if two of us, it is a public meeting, and we're not really talking to each other,
Right.
but we're both talking, so I think that we could do that without.
Trustees, you may also submit written testimony as well.
But I find in person is more.
I don't disagree with you, Trustee O'Brien, I absolutely agree. But to Trustee Real point that she would not be able to attend, you can submit written testimony. It does have to be written, it cannot be an email. That gets submitted to Jennifer Walring, Commissioner's Clerk.
And actually, if you do
You mean mailed?
no, yeah, well, it has to be. a letter.
Mail or delivery, it just can't be.
Piece of paper?
Yeah,
And if it's notarized, it has more weight because you're,
and that is a state law regulation, that's not a commissioner's regulation.
So if I could go back to the petitioner, where he's located, because there's not improvement allowed above where that petitioner is. So where
Correct,
is the
he's on the
petitioner?
top end. His development would be the very top end of the project area.
Okay.
So obviously the
So closer to Cheshire Road?
no, north of Peach Bluff Road.
North what?
Peach Bluff. So this would be Peach Bluff and North Road.
I thought the drainage area went much further north. How large of a drainage area is it?
It's approximately I want to say 250 acres.
Okay, so I thought that would take it up to closer to Cheshire Road.
I want to say it gets about, I'm gonna guess here, it probably gets about a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile north of Peach Bluff.
So he's up there though.
Well, he petitioned for his development.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to ascertain where he is in the improvement.
He actually owns very little ground.
But that doesn't matter, as you know, it matters where it's located.
Right. So what he owns is the residual that he has not developed in the Winterbrook Place subdivision yet.
It's
So
a
his-
subdivision.
His request was specifically to provide an approved outlet for the Winterbrook Place subdivision.
If you could send us a map, that'd be.
Sure, absolutely, be happy to.
Yeah, well, we need to be in favor because we need the road to function.
Okay, if we can get something in writing, this is a second choice, that works too.
I think you guys are attending this perfectly fine. I think that would be good, have the majority of the board there.
Okay. Does that cover that one?
I think so.
Okay, and then the other ditch petition is in the Evergreen Cemetery. And that has to do with drainage of the tile which is under the grave spaces. So it's a deep tile that's, the cemetery is extremely wet, and tile was put in there as a way to get the water out. There is no way for the water to drain from the tile right now, so whenever we dig a grave, it typically fills up very quickly with water. And so we sometimes have to run 2 pumps to be able to keep the water out of the grave long enough to be able to get the vault and the cascade. So that's fair. And what we're looking for is just getting an outlet to be able to run that drain. We will probably have to we will have to dig a hole to get down to where we know the pipe is and where the water is bubbling up towards the top of the ground now to determine the elevation that we've got to get the pipe down to.
And I think the important thing is, just like the process affords you the right to testify in a proceeding, as landowners, the trustees are able to file or initiate the process, the same as any private landowner would have the ability to do. Obviously, this doesn't happen too often, but we had one petition that we completed construction on last year that was originated by Berlin Township. I've had a few others talk about it and find other ways to solve the issues they were having, but it is something that the trustees would have the ability to do.
Okay, and we do have access to the ditch right now, but the access is elevation-wise too high for the water to go up to get to the ditch. So what we gotta do is get access to a low level for the water to be able to move down.
May I ask a question?
Or,
May I ask a question?
sure.
So when I was county commissioner, there was a ditch petition and we had the first hearing, and that went through evergreen. What happened to that? Was there a second hearing?
Yes, that project was constructed in 2012. It's referred to as the Peach Blow Connor Lane project. It does go through that, would be the north corner of the cemetery as tile and surface drain. This area that you're having issues with now was not within the scope of that project, so it wasn't something.
So it's not in the drainage area of that project?
No, I don't believe that it is.
And the old county, the old ditch petition, pre-1953, does it replace any of that tile?
I'm not familiar with which project you're referring to.
Well, there's a county ditch petition that goes through there that's old law.
The open ditch portion, you mean? Okay, I'll have to get back with you on that.
Well, it's all broken and it's old law, so you don't have the same rights, but I was just wanting to know.
The area that I've looked at with trustee Buller is not mapped, does not show up in our mapping system as an old petition, so I don't think it's the same area.
It was very soggy wood. Well, it's all soggy. Right. It's a swamp.
Yeah.
Okay, and do we need to attend a meeting on that one, or is there anything we need to do on that to move forward?
It would really be up to the trustees how you want to move forward on that. I mean, I can provide you the documents that you need, and obviously we have some suggested language that you're free to use. You're not required to use it. You're just required to get the forms from us. So I can get that to you and the instructions on how to file. You will need a $1,500 bond that goes along with filing the petition. That is returned if the project moves beyond the first hearing. Who I guess, would you like to designate one person, or I can send it to the fiscal
Well,
board?
do we need to be the ones to initiate the process, or? Like,
because-
can the private?
Well, they can, but they don't need it. We need it.
Yeah, in this case, I don't know that there's any other ground besides the two cemeteries that would be involved in a project, so it would have to be initiated by one of those two property owners.
Fair, okay. So we should probably designate you as the,
Now, when you say two cemeteries,
The two parcels,
because
Two
the
separate
other
parcels.
is not a cemetery.
well, sorry, two property owners.
Okay, because I hope the other property owner realizes that's not a cemetery. As determined by our court of common pleas.
okay, so, I move to designate trustee Bullard as, the authorized representative for the ditch petition for Evergreen Cemetery.
And to initiate.
And to, initiate and execute all documents associated with the initiation of the ditch petition.
Ryan,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Okay, anything else?
And then for the other ditch petition, it's just, showing support for that, for or against it, going to public testimony.
Correct. Yes.
There's
So-
nothing that we need to initiate for that.
No, you'll be receiving a certified letter from the commissioners that will have that assessment information and the meeting date, time, and everything. The commissioners, as I stated earlier, the commissioners have 3 tests that are specified in the revised code that the law says they are to answer. Is the project necessary? Is it conducive to the public welfare, and do the benefits outweigh the costs? So they will really be looking for substantive testimony that answers those 3 questions, and they will weigh their decision. The law says that if they answer yes to all 3 of those questions, then they are to approve the project, and if they answer no, then they should deny the project. So that's where they really look to that testimony and to just offer that testimony as to why those 3 questions are yes. That's what I would advise you to do.
And a little bit more background, the school built the ponds, but the ponds are not on school property. There's 2 ponds over there, neither one are on the school property, they're both on other property.
so what is the good and sufficient outlet?
So there, like, you're asking like what we're proposing, the engineering. So there's an open ditch that's on the old Sherman farm property. That open ditch will get extended upstream to, the property that would be, it's the property line where the pond is located. And then it'll be a tile that comes up to the pond that sets the elevation, the normal pool elevation of the pond.
So is the Shermans opposed to it in any way?
They're not the property owners anymore.
Okay, who,
I
I don't really care who the property owner is, but that property, are they opposed to it?
I have not had contact with them. I couldn't tell you what they are.
Because that's the only one that I could see that would have
Um,
a weight of saying this is
Sure.
harmful. and-
yeah. Yeah, I've not had any contact with the new property owner there. Honestly, I have not had many calls from that watershed recently, but the letters will just be going out here in the next week or so, and I'm sure I'll start to get phone calls.
You know, I was over there and I don't remember, but is there a fountain or a aerator on the pond?
Not that I
Would there
know
be?
of. Yeah, not that I know of.
And is that something that we would pick up as part of the ditch petition? Be able to have to put an aerator on it, first of all, and then second of all, is the water, how's it gonna go out? Do we have to put a skimmer in, or does it just cut a notch and let the water flow off?
So I'll answer in reverse there. The outlet for the pond will be what I would refer to as a blind inlet type outlet. It's gonna be a bed of stone with a pipe underneath of it, and that's what will set the water elevation. We would not propose anything with an aerator that would have no effect on the drainage at all. And I think the important thing is when we looked at engineering this outlet, we tried to do it in a way that was gonna be conducive to the future development of the site. I think that everybody recognizes that site eventually is going to develop. when it does, the drainage is gonna be altered.
Then all of that'll be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will become a better drainage situation. Our goal is to make it a good sufficient outlet now, because we don't know, it could be next year that develops, it could be 10 years down the road. I think a lot of the problems that we're seeing in that area were because everybody just assumed that it was gonna develop before we got to this point, so.
I was just curious, I didn't want to get into it.
I will say we've been through about 3 different iterations on this set of engineering drawings, and that's because every time we were ready to present a set to the engineer, something changed on the site. The original plans did incorporate what we thought were the development plans at the time. We changed, accommodated something different, and then when we went out with that set of plans, that's when we discovered the pond had shown up, so we had to change again. So it's been a process.
So this is a ditch petition, and what we're gonna do is treat that pond like a ditch.
Yes.
And it'll just flow on.
There will actually be a ditch that goes parallel from the pond, working upstream to that pipe at the intersection, to outlet that pipe, so.
Super.
And is that intersection in the city?
I do not believe that intersection is, no. I think the city starts on the north side of the road, the intersection is still the county's. Is that correct?
Sure it is. I haven't checked it.
I imagine it is. I would not have, I would. You know my view on that.
Okay, do we want to go back to the schedule?
Well, can we deal with fire before,
Sure, yeah, we can do that.
Was there anything else for you, Fred?
I just had one thing about the signs in Cheshire. There was an REA about Ford Street, and I sent a response back to the trustees a couple of weeks ago, just stating that our recommendation is that those, that area, we would recommend that the trustees pass a resolution establishing the speed limit of 25 miles an hour for those Ford streets, Charles Street, East Street, Ford Street, and Winter Street.
Okay, move to, establish a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit on Charles Street, East Street, Ford Street, and Winter Street, as recommended by the Delaware County Engineer's Office.
Second.
Just what, as a friendly amendment, and that's allowed because the area is platted.
Correct.
Okay, and which gives the trustees the ability to do that.
As established by the authority of the trustees due to it being a platted area. Thank you.
And that-
To be effective immediately.
Does
30
it have,
days.
does it have to go to ODOT?
Does not need to go to ODOT with that.
Thank
For the study part, we will send them notification that these speed limits have been established.
So when can that be enforced? Should it be 30 days from now?
I would say that'd be reasonable, yes, if you want to include that in your.
Effective
Resolution.
July 1st, 2024.
And I accept all that as a friendly amendment.
I'll accept it.
And,
And you'll second it?
yeah, I'll
No, I second
You
it.
second it?
That's why I did.
Ken seconded it, got the friendly amendments and that sort of stuff. But one other thing is, Jesse has already purchased the signs. So once we've agreed to this, we'll put signs up. Signs are both, by the end of the week.
Well, July 1st.
They should work July.
But we'll get them up right away. Okay, we'll get signs up.
But they're not enforceable until July 1st.
Understand.
Okay.
But they're feel-good signs. Those, for a little while, they'll be feel-good, and then they become enforceable, but they're there.
Or just for the month.
Okay, any more discussion? Call the roll, please.
Or,
Yes,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
okay.
Thank you for that work, Doug. Anything else for us?
That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm,
I'll ask a quick question.
Sure.
So,
I read the email about, and I do appreciate them going out and measuring, the, site of Curve Road at Black Gold State.
Yes.
But where is that measured from? Because when I'm at the stop sign, I don't see what they see. Now, I'm at the stop sign where the bar
Right where
is.
the bar is, yeah.
And so, of course, the driver's seat is, maybe 8 feet back from that. But I can't see what they're saying and you can see it.
Typically, the line of sight is 14 feet to 17 feet back from the edge of pavement is where.
Not where the stop sign is. It's from,
That's correct, yeah, it's from the edge of pavement.
don't you think it should be from the stop sign? Because that's where you have to stop.
Well, normally what we anticipate people doing is that the stop sign, the stop bar, or at one spot, you stop completely and then you creep up until the point
Until
where.
you get smacked. That's the problem.
We can send you what we have as far as how it was trying.
I'd like that if you would. Thank you.
We can do that.
Can you send it to all of us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
moving on to fire department.
Okay, so on, firefighting and testing, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we're gonna set the firefighter, test date as June 22nd, be a Saturday, starting at 8 AM. Hearing back from Tri-Township, they are no longer interested. It's just too soon, I guess, for them to look at a test. They didn't get things in place. So we're gonna move forward with our own test, and we're gonna attempt to do it all in one day.
So are we going to do both the physical, the written, and the interviews?
Correct. That's what my hope is.
So, I know
That way,
that
it's
might count.
it's a one day shot.
Event.
It'll be a long one day, but it'll get done in one day.
I like that.
Yeah, actually, good.
My
So
proposal
will
is
be
to
like
have physical-
stations,
Yeah.
so that,
We have the physical station set up, currently right now. One of the things we need to look at is purchasing a new firefighter mannequin to hold the test. But other than that, we'll probably do the physical agility in the morning, move on to the written, and then as they finish the written, we'll bring them right into the interview process.
I also like that because if, next
Thank
time,
you.
Thank you,
if
Doug.
they end up not being able to pass the physical,
They
they
don't
can
have to
just, you know what I mean, like instead of interviewing, going to the process and,
but written could actually be flip-flop too. 'Cause if
Yeah.
they don't pass the written,
Right.
they don't need to-
But regardless, they would know, and so it's, I kind of like that, for that to the interview.
But it's not because of the physical being first, summertime, it's gonna get hot even in the afternoon, so it's just physical out of the way. It's
Yeah,
still
good
morning,
timing.
it's still kind of cool.
Good thinking.
We do have the test generated, and we do have the physical agility test laid out.
Is it
That's-
different, is it different from the past?
I don't believe so.
Because one thing we talked about is the,
So I spoke with Orange Township, and then I have not spoke with BSTNG, however, I did speak with Orange. And I would imagine the answer is gonna be the same with Sunbury, that their ladders are not available for the test that day due to insurance liability.
so how are we gonna deal with this in the future? Because
Well, short of purchasing our ladder truck, we can throw a ladder up and use a ladder, one of our ladders, ground ladders that we have.
so can we include that this time?
I plan on including it.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Okay, anything else on that?
No, I'll get with you moving forward on everything.
So requisitions, we have a variety of discussions here on that. The first one, do you want to talk about the Chevrolet Silverado Cruise?
Sure, so, moving forward from our last meeting, I went out, looked at a variety of different trucks, looked at some used trucks, looked at state term scheduling, State's term scheduling has the price above what the dealership offering for trucks. I did find a used truck that was similar to what we're looking for. The problem with the used truck was it was at a higher level of premium luxuries and such, that it actually put the price for that used vehicle above the price they offered us for a standard work truck. So moving forward, how we got down to the Chevy was, it's the same layout and design factors as the Tahoe, which would make it so we wouldn't have to change the graphic lettering and everything, it'd be straight to go right onto the Chevys. That is a Chevy also. And then obviously with the 2500, if you look at the price difference between the 2500 and 1500, it's only a couple $1,000. Obviously, we get a lot better bang for our buck moving to a 2500 over.
Could you share with me the purpose of this truck?
So the truck will be used for the Fire Prevention Bureau and Inspection Bureau. They currently don't have a vehicle to go out and do our inspections. As previously stated, they're using a brush truck right now, which kind of goes into problems if they're out doing an acceptance test at one of those new schools or a new building, and they're there for the acceptance test. They have to be on scene for an hour and a half while that acceptance test is going on. And a call comes in for service, they have to stop that acceptance test and then leave and come back later. Really creates a scheduling conflict for them. And then also I've had, they can go out in their personal vehicles, which they've done before. However, we have had calls into the station wondering, who is this that they're in an unmarked vehicle? That presents a whole other problem. So they'll be used for the Fire Prevention Bureau, and then it'll be labeled as Utility 392. It can also be used on fire scenes and such to pick up hose or whatever we need to move around as well. So with the purchase of the vehicle, some of the next requisitions deal directly with that and outfitting it and everything else as well.
Do you think that it's a need for the fire scene?
So it has its benefits. I could go either way, so I'm not for or opposed to it.
You mean for the,
Could you describe a little bit more about the need for it on the scene? For fire
So-
scene, picking up hoses,
Yep.
things like that?
Yeah, so typically, obviously the big push right now in the fire service, and something that I'm trying to implement here is, the need for things that are used on a fire scene to be separate, in a separate compartment and everything from the firefighters to prevent carcinogens moving forward. With firefighter cancer prevention and everything, so when we go on a fire scene, the hoses that we drag through, all the water and the ash and all of our trim out gear, that's technically supposed to be put in a separate compartment other than with the firefighter right back in. Currently, we don't have a pickup truck that even has any bed space to put it in. The only pickup truck we do have has a brush unit in it and is open to the weather. This one will provide us with a cap over top of it with a slide out unit. We can put various things in there. If there's a storm that comes out, like the tornado that rolled through, this truck can be used to go out and help damage and everything. So it's just a real versatile vehicle.
And what's the warranty on this?
I believe it's 5 years, 100,000 mile commercial warranty, which we won't exceed that 100,000 miles.
And there wasn't tax included in any of
So. No,
this?
tax was not included. And they actually gave us $4,000. Well, let me pull that paper sheet. $4,535 off of the sticker price as well.
What color is it?
It is black, so it'll match the Tahoe.
I'm okay with it, because it serves a functional purpose in a multitude of ways, so. And a warranty.
Trustee Miller?
well, my feeling on it is if you're not serious enough to recommend it, that I'm not in favor of overriding or stepping in and saying that I recommend it. So this is the way I look at it.
Okay.
You know, if you don't recommend it, then I don't look at it as being a serious request. That's where it comes from.
Well, it's the amount of money that I have a problem with.
Mhm.
That is the going price though, and the fact that it's understate bid, the fact, I mean, when we considered before, I think it was a year and a half ago, I think we were at 48,000. You know, so that is the going price for a new vehicle, 52 some. Brand new, warranty for 5 years, 100,000 miles. I mean, it's an unfortunate thing. But the alternative would be requesting a used vehicle and coming closer to 30,000, right? Sacrifice warranty for certain. You know, there are unknown factors, although Carfax helps. We could be stepping into a limit, you know, without any protection. At least if we get a limit on this, we can send it back.
I make motion that we approve requisition 2024-15 to Treasure Island Chevrolet GMC for an amount of $63,942 with an expected cost of $53,285 for a 2024 Chevrolet Silverado Crew Cab 4x4.
I'll second that.
And just a point for discussion, this is the 2,500, not the 1,500.
The only concern I've got is it's 3 pickups. And how many firemen we got? Full time down there?
Yeah, but this one will be used by a non-full-time firefighter.
Understand.
I'm in agreement. But there's two things. One is that the price is going up continually. The second is we don't have that many firefighters now, but we're gonna have them. I think it does make it so that we have more staff available to respond, so that the firefighters aren't having to come back in order to, you know, bring a grass truck fire, if there's a, you know, because grass fires move fast. I don't know if you ever follow them, but
Sure.
No,
move
no.
fast.
Let's see them.
Well, and it depends on wind. I mean, you know, wind can. And, I mean, we don't have that many farms anymore, but, you know,
It could move really fast.
you know.
Surprise.
So by the time they got it back on the station and then deploy it, all it takes is one stick of fire to, you know. So I'm in favor of it, I guess, but I'm ambivalent. So, I mean, there's things, you know, when
I
I'm.
wouldn't want to see anything like this come through for a while, though. Like any other
Yeah.
transportation, I think that it resolves the issue, and maybe this is a little bit of kind of like thinking through, you know, we don't get the SOPs and SOGs, but we get a lot of expenses coming through that maybe are less than the priority of what we've set in the past. And I don't want to see that type of thing continue, if that makes
I
sense.
understand.
And what I was thinking is a trailer with properly set up could have everything in it for this. It's not a vehicle to drive around, but we've got 2 large pickup trucks to pull trailers that would do that sort of thing. If we were using a trailer as opposed to using the pickup truck dedicated to doing this function. And make the trailer dedicated to the function so that it could be doing the work that needs to be done. And it would be a lot less money, I would think, over a long period of time. But that's, I'm not as concerned with the price as I am, just, is it gonna get used? Is it gonna be used that much? Are you gonna be able to?
Yeah, but it goes back to me on the use. It's not, it's just the timing. I mean, we don't need firefighters 80% of the time, but that 20% you do, you really need them.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of the same thing here. Probably 95% of the time, do we really need it? No, but it's that 5% when.
Well, it takes just one fire to pay for it.
If I could interject real quick too, another purpose, I think, moving down the road, is, when the chief and assistant chief position gets filled, the assistant chief could also use that as a vehicle as well, for whatever means or anything that he would need to attend as well. And then also, our firefighters going to classes, that we will send them to or whatever, that we might send them to. We don't obviously want them taking a grass truck or a water rescue truck to a class at the fire academy and being an hour away or a half hour away. They can take this pickup truck as well.
They can, but I would actually think that they would take their own vehicle. Because we do pay the IRS rate for that.
Mileage.
The other thing is, it would seem to me like it's a vehicle that could be used to do the non-emergency trips, which we do a lot of. Go get parts or go get.
Yeah, but the problem is with that, it's kind of like why we send a big time fire truck to an EMS run is what happens if you get a call in the middle, so.
Well, yeah, there's certainly that, but there's also times where, the fire truck has been at the grocery store.
Yeah, but the reason why it's at the grocery store is if there's a fire, you want them to respond from the grocery store, you don't want them to come back to the station
Right,
and then go.
okay.
Because it used to drive me nuts, but I mean, it makes sense that, I don't want them to, because if there's a fire at Kroger's, you don't want them to go from Myers to the station back to Kroger's. And hopefully we never have to respond to Kroger's since it's not in the township anymore.
But I understand the logic there, you can drive we use a pickup truck, we drive it around a lot to save the other trucks. And I understand fire is a little bit different. Okay. Any more discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that those 5 uses are warranted, it's, the price is pretty steep.
Okay.
Yes,
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So with that, then we now need to do the lettering. So I move that we approve requisition 2024-16, appropriating $2,592 with an expected cost of $2,160 to Columbus Sign Works for the purpose of lettering the vehicle, which is more than lettering. Doesn't it also have the decals?
Yeah, it'll look just like the Tahoe would. That's who did the Tahoe, so they already have our design, they already have everything ready to go, so it'll just be print on leather.
Same colors, exactly.
Yep.
very, very important for the ordering of that colors. We spent a lot of time on that. Sometimes more time on that than the SOPs and SOGs, so I want to make sure that those are preserved at least.
Well, it is gonna be the exact same as what was already set up.
Okay.
I will second the motion. Discussion? More? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
Fuller.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien, while you're on, you might go to 18 instead of 17.
Okay. So the next one is the cap it's a V-Series truck cap for $37.75 and the cargo glide is $13.95. So I move that we approve requisition 2024-18 for an amount of $6,204 with an expected cost of $5,170 to the cap place, for the cap.
Second,
So that's now we're at
That's,
60,000.
it's like when we're doing the fire truck. Oh, it's $1 million. Well,
Or the
by time you
cheese
get-
truck.
Yeah. By the time you get done, light sirens,
Mhm.
staffing it, not staffing it, but stocking
Mhm.
it, it's considerably more.
we'll close it in on $75,000 for the truck.
Well, allocated, but expected cost would be closer to 60, right?
Yeah, and then obviously, there will be lights and stuff on this, but, I did see the bill for the Tahoe, and we're not gonna do anything like that for this. It's gonna be a lot more simple
Good,
than what that was, so it won't be anything nearly as much as that.
good, thank you.
Got a question back on the truck. Is it diesel or gas?
It's a gas.
It's a V8, yes.
Makes sense. Any more discussion? Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
The next item is, different in, type. And that's requisition 2024-17, the, furniture, I'll call it. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so, Chief Miller had started the renovation of the fire station, before I got there. This completes the front office of that. I believe this has been on the agenda a few different times. I looked at the project and I agree with what they had set up. This will provide 2 workstations, new cabinetry, and mailboxes for all the employees in the front office there. It's also would be conducive with if there's ever a need for any type of front office personnel, that they can work in that office as well. So I did review the plans for it, contacted Wallbed Manufacturing, and to the best of my knowledge, that is correct for that.
You're just doing the one,
There is the front room.
room 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, room 2 is
Mhm.
the captain's office. It gets a file drawer. And room 3, I believe, is my office, and I need a lock on my doors to keep personnel files under key.
Well, that makes sense. We should maybe have them do an estimate for the trustee's office.
I think you want to have an idea exactly what you want.
I do.
Okay, I move that we approve requisition 2024-17 for amount $22,582 with an expected amount of $18,985 to Wallbeds Manufacturing for the purpose of outfitting the 3 rooms at the fire station.
Second,
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
yes.
O'Brien.
Yes, so that takes us to new fire truck delivery.
Well, before we get there, we can talk about the road problems, why it's still fresh in my mind here. And this is gonna probably include some discussion with you about, setting up an engineer to come down and look. So we've had, 2 companies now come in, they cambered the line. Both of them have the same diagnosis, that there is a dip in the line from settling in the foundation. There was some discrepancy on how far the dip was from point A to point B, but nonetheless, there is a settling of the foundation and a dip, which is holding sewer gas, sewer water, backing it up into the station. I checked today again, and it's quite prevalent now with the summer months, very, very strong. We've stopped using that restroom altogether. There's a fan in there currently that we had installed that is constantly on to try to keep it from going anywhere else in the station. The major issue is gonna be what we wanna do moving forward with tearing that all up. It's gonna be quite a big undertaking to go all the way from the training side of the station out to the bays and then down to where it comes out to replace that. I think the more undertaking is gonna be the foundation of the station itself. So I surveyed a few things in the station. There's some walls that are splitting, under support columns. Our concrete's cracked at every support column across the bay. In the past, I understand that we lifted the concrete front pad up about 4 inches or so, due to some settling. When we did that, it's my understanding that we found out the concrete that's in the station and on the front pad is actually only 4 inches thick. And that's supposed to support a 65,000-pound piece of apparatus. And it's not working. So moving forward, if we are gonna do the tear up of all that, of the concrete, we should really look at tearing up the concrete and replacing it correctly this time and fixing the foundation issues while we're in there. That's gonna be something that we're probably gonna need an engineer to come in and take a look at. There's nothing that we're probably gonna be able to do that we haven't done already to fix the smell, other than tearing it up and redoing it. So like I said, that's a big undertaking, but we're gonna need to get some engineers in there and have a look at it.
What, when it was initially built, were there engineers involved?
Oh, yeah.
Why did they conclude that 4 inches of concrete was sufficient?
I can't answer that. Okay, that's, I wasn't involved in any of those decisions, but what I can answer is that, there was, old school was buried underneath where the fire station is, so you're getting settling underneath where the fire station is. So even though the 4 inches of concrete, if it was out on dirt, would probably be okay. If you take that dirt and it goes away underneath, suddenly you got a 4-inch bridge rather than a 4-inch floor, sitting there. So that's the kind of thing that would happen. And I think what's happened is we're just getting more settling there. And there isn't a fix for the settling.
No, unfortunately, that's, the fix was back before it was built, to excavate and bring in premium fill, and it didn't happen, for whatever reason.
Wait, the fix was proposed to
Well, I don't know if it
excavate the
was.
site and put in premium fill prior to building it, and that did not happen.
I don't know if that actually was proposed.
But that would have
been the
resulted.
correct, that would have been the correct.
That would have been the correct route.
So my understanding is, but I'm limited because Phil Cantrell was in charge of it, who was trustee at the time. Was that the belief was the school wasn't located where it was.
It was,
Don't
and
they have photos of that school? And I think I've seen the school on that location. The Historical Society.
People are in the township have pictures. I have a
You have
picture.
pictures.
it's
I went up to
for a
school there.
long time. Now, the pad out in front of the building is like 8 inches thick, if I remember right.
According to what they said, they drilled down into that to repair it, because they had already settled. And they said there was only 4 inches of concrete there,
In the pad out front.
pad out front. In the days.
I thought there was a section that was 12 inches thick.
Yeah, of concrete and all that sort of stuff. It's,
Like I said, before my time, I'm unsure.
So what
And if it was only
the-
4 inches thick and it was supposed to be 8, then that's something that should have been looked at with the contractor.
So what's did they give you any price range?
No, because really, the plumbing companies we had come out to
Right,
can that
they can.
probably are not gonna be in the realm of, we're gonna have to hire an engineer to come in and give us the solution, and then look at a construction company for the true fix. Because we're not only looking at just a plumbing issue, we're actually looking at a complete foundation issue. The plumbing issue was caused by this. However, to fix the root of the problem, it goes back to the foundation and tearing up the bays and the front pad and everything.
What if we did the Township Hall Fire Department joint venture new build?
there is a
That's
way,
parking lot.
there is a way to fix it. So
See, the school was not as big as the.
It's not easy, but
One fire station is, so it's not out of the whole thing.
you can fix a lot of it by pumping gravel in underneath. You drill holes through the floor and then pump the gravel, and the gravel will go to the areas that are there. Now, the dirt will settle away from it, but then you still at least have the gravel in there to be able to support things. And that's gonna cost some money. It's gonna take some time for somebody to figure out where you gotta put the gravel. So it's a big deal.
So
The
that's
second thing we can do is try to fix it, try to get it to where it works good enough, and then recognize that we're gonna do it again.
Yeah, short of, like Trustee Ray also said, short of, a whole new, complex for the township, that's gonna be your fix. And I'm not an engineer, I'm not a construction engineer, I don't know what the price that is, I know it's costly.
So,
It's really how much money
engaging
you
an
want to
expert to, can we maybe proceed with getting an expert to review this and work with maybe you and Trustee O'Brien to figure out if these, let's call them Band-Aids or temporary solutions or, most preserving solutions for what we have are viable, and for how long?
Do we have a recommendation on an engineer to figure out if they need the problem?
No.
Yeah, I think at the phone book. I understand that there was a study done in the past, is that correct? Is anybody in recollection of that? I'm just being told that there was.
I'm not aware of it.
Maybe, I mean, we could ask the county if they work with any private engineering companies that they would recommend.
They tend to shy away from that. There's vendors that specialize in it, which as far as like, you assume advertise the drywall for the basement and stuff like that, which is what this is kind of getting to, but it's really, instead of having insufficient drainage on the outside, what we got is too good a drainage in the bottom. And we've got to get someone there that understands that and knows how to deal with it. The other part of the problem is we don't know where exactly, at least I've never seen where, the building is buried. So we could, and this pipe is a symptom of what the problem is. The problem could be the little bad where the pipe is really bad someplace else underneath the building.
Right.
That we don't have any idea
Right.
about. So there's some serious work there to look at.
Somebody that has some knowledge of where the school was is Chris Picknoff.
So next steps, can you work with the chief to identify somebody who can guide us as far as making a recommendation?
We should be able to do something.
More so finding an engineer that will.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
In a commercial setting, not also, and there's a lot of guys that'll do it in a residential setting, but now we're getting into commercial
Yeah.
settings, it's a little bit different.
I think that's a good next step, right? Okay,
I think what we need is, maybe the COG group has an engineer that works with this kind of thing, or maybe they know someone that does this sort of stuff.
One that does the roof at the fire station.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the local people, but the COG group, as a group, has a whole bunch of businesses working in the COG group. So that they should be able to tell us, or at least make a recommendation of someone to take a look at it, tell us what's going on. That's the only thing I've got.
Yeah, it's not gonna be an easy thing.
No.
It's just not.
What needs to happen is there needs to be some core samples taken in several places around the building just to figure out where we got decent foundation on it and where we don't.
Okay,
Right.
but we still have a full agenda to get through here, so.
I might reach out to OSU, ATI, and see if they will come to course issues and stuff under a grant and see what we can get that way.
It's another example of the cistern that caved in
Right.
alongside the road last year, wherever it was. It's,
All right.
it's all part of
The,
the symptoms.
the emergency.
That was a mess.
I believe next is the delay in the apparatus, correct?
Yeah, the fire truck.
Yeah. So there's been a delay in the delivery of the new fire apparatus until at least 2026.
Are you serious?
Now, the one good thing is that we have a set price.
Well, we do. I can always send us surcharge letters. We're gonna set up a meeting with Suffolk and,
When was this passed?
this.
2020.
22 at the early, I mean, it might have been 21, but it was.
It was early 2022, so that's when. No, it was 20,
Were you part of the bond?
I was part of buying it.
Okay, so it's not been 2 years yet.
It's been over 2 years.
Hmm.
I've been here 2.5 years.
Oh, that's right.
And it was like early
Mhm.
on, so it was early 2022.
So I would guess March of 2022.
I would too.
I don't have the original contract, so I'm not sure.
March of 2022, so you're
We
talking
do somewhere.
4
I'd
years.
be very interested in seeing that. To see if there's any kind of dates in that contract, there should be, on holding them accountable for this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set up a meeting with them, here moving forward into June, July.
Jeff, can you see if you can find a contract that we made? It should be March or April 2022. I can probably send you a more specific date actually when I get home. About the contract, it should be in the meeting minutes too, for March or April 2022.
But it should be in a file back there.
Yeah, but also should be in the file.
And I
I'll
believe
send you the information I can.
they were thinking middle of 2026 even, so.
Unbelievable.
Did they happen to say why?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Let me, get to my email and see if I can read that verbatim to you, so I'm not misquoting. Basically, it's boiling down to staffing issues, I believe.
It's not even parts issues, staff
That
issues.
was addressed there too.
Okay.
You know.
Because I mean, there are disruptions to supply chain.
There are disruptions, but I feel like they're not making us the priority. They may be making some of it.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I basically emailed, the dealer, Andy Herb, and, introduced myself, said I'm under the understanding we have a contract with you, can you give me some insight on it? He goes, yes, that is correct. You have a Suffolk truck on order with us, as I'm sure you are well aware, the past few years have been filled with overwhelming demand and production challenges. This has led to extended lead times, and the trucks are taking longer to enter production. And all trucks ordered in 2021 and 2022, yours is also behind schedule. We are currently calling for a early to mid 2026 delivery. Our new factory should help gain some efficiencies and ultimately shorten lead times, but will take time to get there. As of right now, I don't believe there's anything open-ended, but we'll be sure to reach out if something new comes up. And then he goes on to say he'd like to set up a meeting with us, so I'll be in that process moving forward.
Right.
So what we thought we were getting by the end of this year, was what I was told, was probably not gonna happen.
Unfortunately.
With that, and obviously apparatus replacement, may dictate that we start the process of ordering a second engine, due to the high demand, long build times for these apparatus, increasing costs, and with waiting in the inevitable growth of the township. So if there's things that are taking 4 to 5 years to build, we need to be looking at 4 to 5 years down the road. As we just heard earlier with the Evans Farm development, 15 or 1,300 houses in the township, and they want it in the next couple of years, so that's a huge population boost.
Do we have any confidence in what they're telling us now?
Yes, I think that they're gonna probably deliver in 2026. I wouldn't see it going Anything past that,
In 4 years.
the only thing that I will say is, because I am involved in the apparatus sales industry as well for a different company, there are new engines coming out. The 9-liter that was, no, this one has, I think has a 15-liter engine inspected. That's probably not affected, but price surcharges are inevitable moving forward because Cummins has stopped making some of these engines to conform with the new standard for EPA regulations through diesel trucks. I've seen some of the price surcharges, and they're anywhere between $50,000 to $80,000. I'm hoping that we're not gonna get hit with any of that. I don't believe we should, but that's what this meeting that I'll be having with Suffolk is gonna be about. And just to obviously look at the truck, I don't know anything about it, so, or know very little about it.
Should we softly ask some of the other vendors what they would be?
I'm not sure what your guys' bid process was for this truck. Typically when I do apparatus bids, I know in any of the other departments I've been with, we do 3, at least a minimum of 3 apparatus bids. Some manufacturers have been going to a different avenue. They pay for a subscription to Sourcewell, which then really limits your bidding opportunities that are out there, because only certain vendors are in Sourcewell. Not all vendors are. So when you put it out to Sourcewell, you're only going to get certain apparatus. It's up to you guys what you guys want to do. I think we should have a meeting with someone and see where it goes there, and then I can report back. I'd hate to cancel a truck. I don't know what we're paying for this, but I hate to cancel one and then get into a situation with another vendor and then it gets extended even
Oh,
further.
yeah, we shouldn't cancel it.
No, I don't believe so. Now, looking at another apparatus, if we do this again, because we know the extended lead times, I would like to see us do open bidding, so it's more competitive than to do like a Sourcewell bid.
Okay.
Well, my reason for asking that is we've ordered the truck and we've done everything we're supposed to do. And we're waited 2 years and we're not any closer than we were when we started. We're still the same. And so the question I've got is, what world's going on? Something doesn't add up.
Yeah, like I said.
If they come back in a year and says, hey, we're gonna be an extra year or something like that, maybe we could come back when it's due and say, oh, well, we're ready to start now, it'll be 2 years.
And I'm curious about what was in the contract in that language as well for the delivery. I mean, I'm sure they have some clause that,
Forbids them from.
yeah, but to be able to bring that and say, this was our expectation. It doesn't matter about whether or not it's legal and withhold it. You said that you could deliver by this, and we made the decision to go with you in part because of when that delivery would happen. And I mean, and we're not talking about a couple $1,000s either,
Right.
so
Probably upwards of $1 million.
we're past that.
We're not beating on you, but the thing is, and that's why I asked the question, we've got any confidence, because if they're not,
Well, I think the meeting will be able to tell
they
them.
took the order stuff over, and 2 years later,
It's
they take a
still
look at it.
forward, yeah.
I know that
We're not gonna do that.
they've been having some issues with, as everybody else has, with the still catching up with COVID stuff, but I think we're beyond that now. They should have had better confidence with the truck orders. If they would put us in the line and they know how many a year they could do,
Right,
they would know where they were at. And
right.
I see that, the company that we went with, bids a lot of cities, major cities in Florida and in the South. And sometimes I think that takes precedent over a single bill for a small
Well,
town.
that's not acceptable to us, so I appreciate your representation.
Okay, so that takes us to the vote.
Yeah, just some discussion on the vote. In going through some documents, I came across, the budget, I believe that was passed for this year. And it just had in there, down payment for a new. So I'm not sure if that was something that was approved by you guys, or that maybe Chief Miller wanted, but just looking at a new boat, I know ours is aging. There's nothing dead set or anything against that we're moving forward on anything, we're just kind of looking and see what the route we want to go is on it. I know there's a wish list of some things that the guys want to see on a new boat. One of my biggest things is I don't want a pump on the new boat, like what Orange Township has. That's just one more piece of equipment I have to pay to service every year. But just looking forward to a new rescue boat, whatever it may be, or moving down the road with that.
As I understand it, there's nothing wrong with our current boat.
Correct. As far as I know, there is nothing wrong with our car.
And when the conversation comes up about equipment and those kinds of things, I want to know that there's a functional purpose that's being served that we don't have right now, like a gap, right? And I think that when it came up, I want to say it had come up before and there was no justification for it. So for me, it's a flat no. You know?
Right.
So.
Like I said, I seen it on a piece of paper, so I didn't know if it was
Yeah,
something you
I don't know if you
budgeted
guys
for.
had something else that you
So-
recall, but I remember.
So I think what started it was, I had requested the chief to make a list of what would likely need to be replaced and to have that budgeted out. But if it doesn't need replaced, it doesn't have to be replaced.
Well, he had mentioned, if I recall the conversation correctly, he had mentioned it was aging, and that we were one of the only boat services around to provide the rescue that we do and the way that we do and the response time that we do or something like that. But when we asked very specifically about the functionality of the boat, it functions, it works, there's no issues with it. It's a little sparse, as I recall.
So I don't see this as a priority.
Okay, no priority.
I see an engine as a priority over the boat.
Yeah,
Or maybe two engines at this point by the time, with
if
our
we're
aging,
talking on a 5-year.
with our aging fleet, that's a priority over the boat.
Yeah, see, if they say you need to put an order in 5 years ahead, I get that. But to say,
2
no,
years.
2 years and then it turns into 5 years, that's an issue.
That's a huge issue.
Okay, so, I do have a late item, and if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to do it while Chief is here.
Well, I have one item for Chief too, and trustee items.
So the rescue boat is off of the list?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I can agree with that.
So, as you know, we have a levy that, will expire at the end of next year. But the legislature, in trying to accommodate townships, cities too, but townships, made it so that you can put on the levy a year ahead so that it, at the general election, because they really want to have levies at a general election.
It's cheaper, there's more residents, more participation.
And so it makes sense to do it a year ahead. So I would like to do this if we do that. And, Chief, you do recommend that we do it, right?
Correct. It makes perfect sense to me, except I believe we'll be competing with an oil change levy at the same time. And I don't know what other levies will be on the ballot. Now, fire levies are, to me, much easier to pass than some of the other levies are.
Especially since it's a renewal.
It's a renewal of the existing levy. Now, the thing is, it will bring in quite a bit more money just because of the more houses that we got.
But this one is particularly important that, in my opinion, I won't be on the board in the future, is that this one shall always be a renewal. Because this one gets the rollback.
Absolutely.
And if you don't do a renewal, you don't get the rollback. And so it's not that it gives us the township more money, but that's 10% that the taxpayers don't have to pay.
That's right.
And that was,
That's a rollback for everybody.
yes, and that was a promise that was done when the income tax was implemented in the 70s, I believe. And so that's why I am
And you can't get a rollback on any new levies. Now,
Correct. And there is a bill in the House, I think it's the House, that will make replacement levies not allowed anyway. So, so if the board is inclined, I'll.
when would you look at collecting the tax?
26.
26. So it would be from the 25 valuation and that sort of stuff, and it would be collected in 26. If we go to, it makes perfect sense. And the other thing is, if we don't do it then, the other times that we would have that normally you would look at would be the primary in the spring of 25, but there's no guarantee there's gonna be a primary in the spring of 25, which means if we put it out,
We have to pay.
we have to pay, we pay for the election. So this would be a good cost saving, and we
Yeah.
could put it in the fall election this year.
Yeah.
And that means we got 2 months to get it ready to get it on the, or really 2 or 3 months to get it ready to be on the ballot.
So the first step is we need to do a resolution of necessity to levy a renewal of an existing tax in excess of the 10 limitation.
Have you got the wording?
Yes.
Okay.
Go for
Are you ready for it all?
Yes.
Okay, so, Jeff, do you know the, resolution number that will be on?
We're gonna do the next number on the list would be 240535.
Okay, so I move, resolution number 240535, a resolution of necessity to levy a renewal of an existing tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation to provide for the fire protection under revised code 5705.03, 5705.19, I, 5705.191, and 5705.25. I think you have a copy of this, so you don't have to write it all down.
Right.
The Board of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio Board met in regular session on 5/28/2024 with all members present. Count Brian moved the adoption of the following resolution. Preamble. Whereas the amount of taxes that will be raised within the 10 mil limitation will be insufficient to provide for the necessary requirements of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio Township, and whereas it is necessary to levy a tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation, and whereas the levy would be a renewal of an existing levy for the purpose of providing and maintaining fire apparatus, appliances, buildings, or sites therefore, or sources of water supply and materials therefore, or the establishment and maintenance of lines of fire alarm, telegraph, or the payment of permanent, part-time, or volunteer firefighters or firefighter companies to operate the same, including payment of the firefighter employee's contribution required under section 742.34 of the revised code, or the purchase of ambulance equipment or the provision of ambulance, paramedic, or other emergency medical services operated by a fire department or fire company, said purposes being authorized by revised code 5705.19I, and whereas a resolution declaring the necessity of levying such tax outside the 10 mil limitation must be approved and certified by the Delaware County auditor in order to permit the board to consider the levy of the tax pursuant to RC 5705.03B1 and 2. The resolution must request the auditor certify to the board, A, that the total current tax valuation of the township, B, the number of mills for each $1 of taxable value required to generate specified amount of revenue, or the dollar amount of revenue that would be generated by a specified number of mills for each $1 of taxable value. C, the levy's estimated effective rate or levy's rate, whichever is applicable in dollars, for each $100,000 of the auditor's appraised value, and D, as applicable, an estimate of the levy's annual collections. Resolution. Now therefore it be resolved by the board, at least 2/3 of all of the members of the board concurring as follows. 1, the amount of taxes that will be raised within the 10 mil limitation be insufficient to provide for the necessary requirements of the township. 2, it is necessary to levy a tax in excess of the 10 mil limitation. 3, pursuant to RC 5705.03B1, the purpose of the tax is as follows: providing and maintaining fire apparatus, appliances, buildings, or sites therefore, or sources of water supply and materials therefore, or the establishment and maintenance of lines of fire alarm telegraph, or the payment of permanent, part-time, or volunteer firefighters or firefighting companies to operate the same, including the payment of the firefighter's employer's contribution required under section 742.34 of the revised code, or the purchase of ambulance equipment, or the provisions of ambulance, paramedic, or other company medical services operated by a fire company or firefighter company, said purposes being authorized by revised code 5705.19I. The type of the levy is as follows: renewal levy. Current levy rate, 2.98 mils. C. Well, I'm skipping a part. I need to include total proposed levy rate, 2.98 mils, or blank dollars to be generated would be 2.98 mils. C, the section of the revised code authorizing submission of the question of the tax are revised code 5705.03, 5705.191, and 5705.25, and the following RC 5705.19I. D, the term of the tax is as follows in years continuing, 5 years. E, the territory where the tax is as follows upon the entire territory of the township. F, the date of the election at which the question of the tax shall appear on the ballot is as follows. Election, November 5, 2024, general election. G, the territory where the ballot measure is to be submitted is as follows upon the entire territory of the township. H, the tax will be first levied and collected as follows. The tax year in which the tax will first be levied is 2025. Calendar year in which the tax will first be collected is 2026. I, the township territory in Delaware County and each of the following listed counties, so it's only Delaware County. 6, the fiscal officer is hereby directed to certify the levy to the Board of Elections, Delaware County, Ohio, BOE. Certification shall include copies of all of the following documents. A, resolution of necessity, resolution number 2405.3/35, adopted on May 28th, 2024. B, the certification of auditor, and C, the resolution to proceed. Certification shall occur by no later than 4 p.m. on August 7th, 2024, 90 days prior to the election. The fiscal officer shall notify the BOE to cause notice of election on question of levying the tax to be given as required by law. 7, the BOE is hereby directed to submit substantially the following question to the board, to the election, and it's what I've read before. 8, all formal actions of the board concerning and relating to the passage of this resolution were adopted in an open meeting of the board, and all deliberations of the board and any of its committees that resulted in such formal actions were in meetings open to the public and compliant with all legal requirements, including RC 121.22. 9, this resolution shall be in full force and effect immediately upon adoption.
Second.
Question, have you got all of the uses for the money covered the way we normally do?
Yes, well, for this one, we need to keep the same language as in the past because it's a renewal.
Right.
Now, yeah, so the answer is yes. That's not to say this levy and the other levy has the exact same language.
Okay, I understand. I just want to make sure that we got all of the uses for the money covered that we need. Okay, discussion? Call the roll, please.
Brown,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes, so you'll send this to the auditor's office so he can do his required work.
I'm gonna need you to send me what you've got, because what you read toward the end was different from what Tony sent me.
Okay, what time did he send you yours?
February 28, 11:30.
Yeah, this is 11:30.
It got different. Things you were reading were different from what I've got.
Okay, so I'll forward.
Shortly after where you had the 2.9, that it's 2.98 mils.
Should be the same, but I'll forward it to you.
Thank you.
Well.
I'm not sure why that would be, but you were reading from the Berlin Fire Levy Resolution of Necessity, November 2024 draft.
I'll forward to you whatever. So after we get back from the auditor's office, we will have to do a vote to proceed.
There's two different things. One's a fire resolution to proceed, and the other one is a fire resolution of necessity.
Right. So we're doing the necessity first, and then we'll have to proceed after the.
And that's,
Right.
but your necessity was different than his
Yeah.
necessity.
It was identical for the first 4 pages, and then when it got to, you got to about the middle of page 4.
Okay, do we need to vote?
We just did.
We did vote. So next we'll vote on the proceeding, listen to the.
At our next, if you get that, it would be great if you could get that to the auditor's office as soon as possible so that he can actually work on it and hopefully get it at our next meeting.
You want to print it and I'll bring it out and sign it? I'll take it tomorrow.
There's some yellow spaces that I filled in, so I don't remember exactly how I worded it, but it's mostly just the dates and the resolution numbers.
Okay, moving on, gentlemen.
Yep. We voted on that, didn't we? Covers everything on fire department now? Okay.
I had the 2 items for fire in the trustee items. The interim chief report, I wanted to say, great job on those reports that you're sending. I think they're really helpful. I think it's good to maybe figure out how to post them to the website or something like that, so that residents can also have that readily available. And I wasn't sure how much variability you could have. So like if I wanted to see the data in maybe a different way, do you have a lot of options, or is that kind of a pre-canned report that comes out?
Kind of pre-game the way it is. Moving forward, when we get a new RMS system, there might be other options available then.
Okay, well,
Like pie graphs and stuff.
yeah,
So how it's presented is pretty set, but if there's other data that you want,
yeah,
we can add that. But the presentation is pretty set.
that's good. That helps. So I can send, and I'll send it to you, just kind of thoughts that would be nice and why I'm thinking that, and then I'll copy.
Yeah, and because it's a lot, I'm finding it more helpful than what I had in the past.
Oh, absolutely.
And so we can refine it.
I think it's great, and thank you for sending that in timely manner. And then the newsletter items, did you, were you aware that there's always like a letter from the chief's desk or stuff like that for the newsletter?
So there'll be,
Do whatever.
there'll be 3 articles usually of varied length, and depending on how much room there is, one might get cut. And so one should definitely be from you, one should be from us, and one maybe from a firefighter, or maybe it's just a shorter blurb.
And usually like the letter from the chief, like there's a letter from the chair, there's a letter from the chief, and it like summarizes like, oh, we had the Easter egg hunt, we have these exciting things. And the chief's role is to advocate, particularly right now, where the money and value is in fire to the community. So this is an opportunity to kind of showcase, the community loves our fire department. I mean, it's fantastic. So showcase that in any way that you can, and then include upcoming dates. So we have, for example, the Touch a Truck event coming up, and to add that. And those were actually supposed to be due from everyone tonight, and I don't know that I received any of them. Not one piece, not one email. So, okay.
So when are you thinking of it going?
It was supposed to go out early June, I was hoping, but now we're looking at June 15th. The thing is we have to get it out this first half of the year because we send two newsletters a year. So I don't want to send one in July and then one in October. That looks very haphazardous. So I get why we got delayed because of the severe weather event, but we need to get those articles in to Kathy so that she can get them out hopefully in the next 30 days.
I will work on that tomorrow.
Awesome, thank you. And thank you, gentlemen, in advance for getting those by this week as well.
And then I'll stop over so we can work on ours.
If you need examples of what we put on the badge, Kathy's got them all.
Yeah,
So yeah, that'll be very helpful.
and that's all for fire that I have.
Okay,
I do have one more thing if I can bring up.
now I need to,
He didn't hear you.
I have one more question if I can bring up real quick. Who does our gov deals? I have that washer dryer side, I just want to get it listed and get it going.
So generally, doesn't whoever heads the department do that, or does Jesse do it, or who does the gov deals?
the what?
When things are sold through gov deals,
You mean to saw?
yes.
Didn't we
Well,
have,
what we did in the past is Claudia,
yeah, Claudia had to do it because it had to be like part of an inventory thing.
we would
And then there was one account.
put the pictures together and the information on it. And then Claudia would publish it on Gov Deals. And then when the bid came through, she'd get the check and then it was okay to move it. That was the way it was done in the past. Now with Jeff, we gotta make sure that that's what we're gonna do. If we're doing the same procedure that works, that's the way it's done.
Okay, that's fine, I just need to know, so I'll get with you guys.
She'll help you send it
Because
to
I think there's one.
I'll send you the information and the pictures and then I'll be ready to go.
I mean, we got several things in the road department too that we need to do the same thing.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, got a question, do we want to go back to our 7 PM time certain? Was it only resolution amendments, or do we want to go back to the approval of minutes?
Let's go back to approval of minutes. I mean, we're already,
Okay.
let's do that.
We're way past 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, approval of minutes.
So I've had the chance to review all of the April minutes. And I'm gonna go through this actually a little bit differently than we sometimes do. 4:8 and 4:22 can be approved as they stand if you gentlemen don't have any edits.
So that's a motion.
Yeah, so move to approve 4:8 and 4:22 meeting minutes and dispense of the reading.
Second. Call roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
The 4:10 meeting minutes, the adjustments came back fine. There continues to be the misspelling of the word trustee in the signature line. So pending that revision, move to approve the 4:10 special meeting minutes and dispense of the reading.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
you're fine. We're just gonna keep working through it.
Try to catch them.
The 4/17/2024 special meeting minutes, the notations are adequate, but there was a reference to the signature on page 12, and then there was nothing included within the meeting minutes that showed page 12, and I wasn't quite sure what was being referenced. So we do need to make certain that whatever is being referenced in that resolution, that the document being referenced is included in the meeting minutes. I'm not exactly sure, Jeff, I saw your email. I'm not exactly sure what the document is at this point, but whatever was being referenced in those meeting minutes needs to be included in that. So I'm gonna hold off on the 4/17, and then the 5/13 and 5/20, I have not had the opportunity to review. So we'll hold off on those 3. But we're getting caught up slowly but surely. Jeff, did you have the opportunity to post the March meeting minutes?
No,
Or give them, or me give them to Kathy?
I've still got the question. Who signs the March minutes? I took office on April 1. If the minutes are March meeting minutes, do I sign them or does Claudia sign them?
Claudia.
Okay. I will get them printed and signed.
Okay.
And if she chooses not to, they're just left blank.
Yeah, go with what she says.
And then we still sign them
Oh,
too.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, just one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, Rob, ready to talk about roads department?
sure.
And then we'll get to the.
Let me clear something up quickly. I'm sorry to interrupt. Were there 2 different motions there in the minutes, or 3, or 1?
There were 2 motions.
Okay.
One for the 4/8, 4/22
Okay, got it.
accepted without revisions. And then one for the 4/10 accepted with the revision of the spelling. And then the other 3 were comments. I haven't reviewed the May, but I would strongly encourage each of us to review these meeting minutes and send our editorial feedback to Fiscal Officer Jordan with ample time for him to integrate your guys' suggestions. And then the 4/17, you and I can connect and make sure that we get that document embedded, whatever that is that's being referenced. Okay, road department.
Okay, roads department, signs, we got the signs put in, with 25-mile-an-hour speed limit signs, and we put those up as we get time. And then the second thing is, we have a sign in one of the subdivisions that we're trying to put up, but we can't get it put up because we put out a flag to have it loosed, and first two times the flag got put out, somebody stole the flag before the Oops people came and oopsed it. So now the third time they put out where the Oops it, and then wrote on it, don't remove the sign on the grass. So we painted that on, so hopefully we'll be okay. But it's like either somebody doesn't want the sign there, or somebody's, for some reason, taking it down.
It's trying to clean up or something.
They're trying to clean up the sign, but it might be that they don't want that particular sign in that particular location. So, but that's what we're doing.
Okay.
So that's where we're at on signs.
Great.
Punch list for road inspections. For the development across the road, we've done everything that's associated with the roads that the road department controls. The other items on the punch list are zoning items that need to be corrected or taken care of. And the roads guys aren't doing the punch list checking for the zoning department, and I don't believe the county engineer is doing that. So I'm not sure anyone's doing the checking of the zoning punch list items for the check off on the development. Yeah.
So would that include, multi-use paths?
Regarding what?
Would that include that the roads are not looking at the multi-use paths that go to the roads?
I don't believe the county engineer is looking at the multi-use paths. I don't believe the county engineer is looking at the mountain, looking at that sort of stuff, those kind of things. Those are all zoning type issues.
But,
Yeah,
but the multi-use
but-
paths, I would think that they would look at the handicap accessibility to the road. And I don't know if they are or not.
That's the attachment that's within the road right of way.
Yeah, that's
what
what
the other part is.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just talking about the part in the road right away, because that's oftentimes the part that doesn't do.
I can't answer that, but I'll find out the answer.
This was brought up before and the same answer remains. We are checking when people come in and they want to get the permits, and then they get the permit, they do the work, and then there is some inspection, but I don't know what scale or scope or specific issue you would like to have addressed, but we do have a bandwidth issue. We've moved from part-time to full-time for the zoning inspector, and hopefully we'll have a second person on staff, but it's a critical bandwidth issue.
So someone needs to go through.
And somebody needs to go through, absolutely. So if you have a specific item though that you want to make certain that zoning is checking on, we can definitely have that squared away.
What I can have done is I can get Jesse to go through the list, highlight the part that.
Zoning should be doing, yeah, I think that sounds
We'll
great.
do
That's,
that. And then we got punch list for.
yep, I think that sounds like a great start.
We'll do that, but right now, the punch list items over here for the roads and the county engineer, those have been looked at, but not the zoning.
Good, so let's do that.
So, I don't know if this road has been turned over or not. I haven't seen a list of roads turned over lately, but, and maybe they haven't turned them over. But in Berlin Farms, I'll call it a square, they dumped a semi-load or two semi-loads worth of, mulch on the road.
Mhm.
But if it's a private road, maybe, I don't know the law on that, but if it's turned over to us, it's not okay.
That's correct. I can't answer that. I can only ask the question.
So maybe Jessica will look, and does Jessica keep a list of the roads that are turned over to them, so he knows exactly when they're turned over?
I think he does because, he was aware, and Doug did send out the most recent listing, it was a few months back.
Okay, so that, I would think it'd be more recent.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, because this road, and it may be they haven't turned it over, because they want to do things that they can't do once it's turned over.
I don't think that they have, because there was that issue with Rumpke not servicing it because it wasn't listed in some,
Is that why Rumpke didn't do it? Because they
Yeah.
didn't think they-
it wasn't listed in some directory, so it wasn't, they they thought it was still something that the developer should be doing. But then they situated that out, so I don't know what that solution ended up being.
So it's not, it's based on when the residents take over, isn't it? It's not when the roads turn over.
Yeah, but it wasn't listed as a road to be serviced in Berlin Township at all. And then they worked with,
Because it's the developer that wanted to run it, so they should get that on the list of things to go on.
they got it on the list that it needed to be on. It was amazing how fast it was.
Developers usually want to get rid of it as quick as they can.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, and that, but sometimes they want to do things that they don't. If we stop them from doing things that they shouldn't do, then they don't.
Like when they're doing major building and they want all the contractors blocking the roads and getting things in and getting things
We'll
out.
bring it back in big trucks over the curb and break it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, but once, because we're gonna put a stop to that when
Right.
it's our road.
Okay.
So a short answer, highlight things, we can start with that list, work with Jerry on that, I'll get
I
him.
did something for you. We'll go from there. And then a lead item on it is salt.
Yeah, I saw that.
And did you see this?
Yeah, I did.
And what it is the county's not going to purchase salt next year. They've got, the barns are almost full. And what they're doing is they're going around and asking everybody to fill up everything they've got. And there won't be a salt purchase next year. They've got 17,000 tons of salt. I think that's enough to get us through the winter. And we haven't been using nearly as much for the last couple of winters. And what this is 100 tons of salt to fill up our bins and get us quickly down there.
So,
And we need to do that by July 1st, or we're on our own to go get other 100 tons.
so I'm totally in favor of this. So I thought about this earlier, about a month ago. It's always nice not to have to spend money on salt, but here's the problem. When you make a contract, when the county makes a contract for salt, it's plus or minus 20%.
That's correct.
So if you need zero, you've got plus or minus zero.
Mhm.
Now, if the barn is actually empty, you've got more flexibility because you can fill it to capacity, plus you have 20%.
Sure.
And they don't have that. So when you go from a year of not having salt, the next year can be a famine because,
It would be, but the 17,000 is more than we've ever used as a county for salt. So that's, but we've got more roads than we've ever had.
that's right.
So that comes into play. It's a question for the county, and what would make sense would be buy 1,000 tons from a county standpoint. And then at least they've got a contract, at least they've got the ability to get it if they need it, that sort of thing.
So what we're doing is filling our salt barn completely, is what you're saying.
We're filling our salt barns, the county's filling their salt barns and salt storage facilities that they got around the county. Everything will be full by
Because
July 1st.
Because they had to buy the amount minus 20% that they said for last year.
Mhm.
And so, I mean, fortunately, we didn't need a whole lot of salt. But if you have no place to put it, you have to pay for it anyway.
Well, that's right.
So I'm for this.
Me too.
So with that, I make a motion that we approve the requisition to the Delaware County Engineer's Office for 100 tons of salt with a price of $7,000.
Second.
Call a roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. Okay, now that gets us to our 7 o'clock time certain.
Oh, good. Maybe we'll get out of here early then.
It's, yeah.
And with that, I want to open the hearing for BZC case 24-004. For an update and possible action. Now, with that, I'll turn it over to you because you're the one that knows more about
Okay, I sent the revised draft from Scott Sanders on 5/23/24. Do we happen to know what exhibit we're in for this BZC case?
I do not. What exhibit we're in?
this list goes to exhibit 12, and it probably goes beyond that.
Well, yeah, because we accepted the document, the resolution itself as 13, I believe.
Going through the minutes, what you're doing.
Mhm.
Kevin?
I haven't reviewed these yet, so I'm not.
I've got on here April 12 through 12, proof of publication, Delaware Gazette dated April 3, 2024.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring something up here. When we had the 5/13 meeting, the resolution that we passed was to recess and continue to a date time certain of this case to June 10th. We did not establish the recess and continuing of this case for this time and this day.
So we can't have
May 20, I thought we did.
No, and I brought this up actually in the meeting as well, that what we did at 5/13 was we said, well, I would get the adjusted draft to everyone by today. And that we would post it on the website and have 2 weeks for the residents to review before we resumed the hearing.
Right.
So we really should not be holding this at this point in time. I did also mention that in the special meeting a couple of days after this, and so I don't know why the date, time, place was set here, but the resolution from 5/13 was that it was June 10th that we would be resuming this, but that we would get the draft out, including to the public and BZC members with 2 weeks' notice to review.
Let me see if I can get a couple things out of this. I agree with you. We said we would work on it in June, is when we would. And this gives the residents 2 weeks to be able to read and to look at this if they want to. And I agree completely with that. all this is doing is making it available for them to do it, but I'm just looking to see.
So maybe we should just reaffirm that our date and time is and place is what was established earlier.
Okay, so it should be back on the agenda for the next meeting.
With the date, time, place, resolution as passed in the 5:13 meeting, and then we can accept the documents. And Jeff, can we make certain to have the exhibit numbers for that meeting so that we know what exhibits we're taking in? Because you're the one that keeps the official record of everything that we accept. But I don't even want to accept anything tonight. We're not taking any action, or I don't even think we should discuss it further.
That's correct. But, and let me just see here. Getting closer.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so 7 o'clock on June 10th is when we pick it up, and there's no motion necessary because we've already done that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And with that, we will return to the regular meeting, and no more follow-up required, or no more discussion on it. Cemetery, deed for Evergreen Memorial. Does anybody know why that's there?
I don't know why that's there. There was the case with the family member who wanted to see if we could open up a space, but they have since found a joint location that they're going to pursue, so wish them all the best in that endeavor. I don't know if that's what this is referenced to.
I don't know either. There is a situation where someone got buried in the wrong plot by the receiver, and then the wife was buried next to them over our recommendation that they be buried, that the wife be buried in the right spot. And the lady wrote an article in, I guess it was Gahanna papers, somehow or another, it's either an article or a lawn ad or whatever. A lawyer, attorney saw it, and it pulled the heartstrings, and the attorney wanted to pick it up and help the person, and had asked for a bunch of information. And I talked with Tim, and then got the attorney talking with Tony, our prosecutor, and there was quite a bit of discussion about it, and Tony did a little schooling in what cemetery law is. And at that point, we're, wait and hold mode to figure out what they really want to do.
Okay.
So I'm just giving you the broad story of what's going on.
So I can remove this from the agendas, or so I can remove this from future agendas.
No, you can remove that from future lists. Okay. This petition we talked about, April bank statement, that one was in the list of things to be signed, and I had signed it. I don't know if anybody else signed it yet.
So there was the $75 adjustment. Did you find out exactly what that was for?
It was one, it's an item, I don't remember whose it is, it's a return of a deposit for rental of this room. We paid we get them to pay 150 up front, we give them 75 back. Who's 75 that it crossed over the month? Who's 75 off the top of my head, I don't remember it is, but that's what it is.
So, but why is it an adjustment? Because isn't it accounted for and then,
I will have to ask Claudia that question. I do not know the answer to the question better than what I just said.
because it seems like it should be, accounted for and, not having to be adjusted because we do those all the time.
I will ask her. Get with her and we'll clear it up. And I do not have a payment list for today. I'll have it the next meeting.
So we keep going. Got it. Okay, trustee items, Delaware County FEMA disaster, March 14th declaration notice, funding.
I had that on there, maybe not to this extent initially, but the funding, so Orange did send, 2 separate bills, one for the cemetery that the insurance will cover and one for the roads that the insurance won't cover. Somehow, it didn't come through right in Jesse's email initially. So I resent it, I brought it up for him today, so he's gonna take a look at that and make certain that the codes and the information that they sent is what he needs. And then he's still working through the insurance and he'll work with me.
Okay, so we're working through that.
Yep, working through it. So let's just call this, FEMA funding.
Okay, then the next one is repair damage to Township Hall siding caused by March 14th weather event.
So, it's the circular issues continuing. However, I got a little spiral going. So they were willing to give a price for an activity, which is what I wanted from the beginning. But it's really not worded in a way we can accept. Now, So I had asked them to get that to me by Friday morning. Well, Friday afternoon, I'm coming. Where is it? The guy left. So the guy who said he would do it gave it to another guy to do.
Did you tell them which Friday?
So anyway, I got it today afternoon. So I sent it to our assistant prosecutor's office and asked him, can you do this that fast? Well, he never answered me, so the answer is no. But that's where it is. Now, the price seemed, okay, so the price seemed reasonable. But then my question is, you didn't really detail exactly what you're going to do. And so we're going to have to nail that down. So.
Yeah, but don't be too.
I want something done, yes.
Right.
But I want to know.
Right.
Well,
Perfection's the enemy of good enough, though, too.
We want the old siding taken off and we want the new siding installed.
There you go. There you go. It doesn't need to be.
But they need to say that. They
But
don't
something
actually say that.
Just a little bit more, just a smidge more, just discuss it.
And we don't want it on the siding, we put the buildings on.
Right.
We want it on the walls.
There you go. What Ron said is perfect.
So
I agree with you.
I'm working it and
Thank you.
actually, nobody's trying to be obstinate,
No.
but it is,
Just takes a long time.
but I'm getting a little more.
I'm going through that with my house, and it's on and on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for working on that, trustee.
But I do want to ask, because it's related but not the exact same thing. Jeff, did we get the check for the roof from the insurance company?
I've not.
So, did you submit to them the actual work that it was done?
Believe I did.
Okay. So if we can maybe follow up on that.
Okay.
Okay. Next item, meeting minutes review.
We already discussed that, and there's a duplicate down below, so you can remove that.
CNR Properties, BZA litigation. I will sign the letter of engagement and get that transmitted to Lafayette.
Did we already do a motion to authorize you to do that?
We did that at the last meeting, and then I got nervous about, we had a special meeting and discussed it, and then tonight we followed it up some more, but we authorized me to do it before, but
Okay, good,
the letter I got concerned about.
good.
Coburg transition, state administered to federally administered.
Is there anything outstanding for that hasn't been resolved from last meeting?
No.
Okay. We'll remove that from the agenda.
Okay, next item, Dale Ford Bike Path. It's installed and everything's in place as far as physically, except for the bollards to keep the motorized vehicles off the path.
And I did notice today, it looked like they did a good job of seating, but when they put straw over it, they put it over the path, and you can't see the path.
They probably were blind.
So, I mean, so it probably is fine, but just an FYI.
The wind will blow off.
It's nice to maintain, so we can always, yeah. Great, so let's remove that from the agenda to Dale Ford Bike Path.
Township Hall rental, request for rental refund.
This was a situation where, the temperature in the room was not adequate. The heater, air conditioner had broke, so they requested the refund. They did hold the party in here. They did utilize the hall, so I'm not particularly inclined to give the refund, but I'm open to hearing the suggestions because they did utilize the space. They did dirty the carpet. They did cost us the expense. So, but we did have a situation with the HVAC.
I'm okay with returning it because the air conditioning didn't work. It was a miserable day for them. And the fire department talk about they were able to blow some air conditioning with some fans they bought out of the office area into here and had the windows open and did the best they could to try to cool it off. So I'm okay with returning it, but I'm listening to you.
Yeah, that's,
I don't like being in the middle. I usually am very,
Yeah.
but I really, I see both points, so.
And the thing that's missing from my point of view is what is the adequate thing to characterize returning it, saying the temperature in the environment. If somebody's got a burned out light bulb, I don't see returning anything, or something what I would call minor, but this I think is a major item.
Okay.
That's my thought.
I don't strongly have an opinion, because
Mhm.
but I'll go with yours. If you make a motion.
one more point though.
Sure.
So I'm inclined to go your way too, but you know, just think about applying this kind of principle in any given situation. If somebody doesn't like the temperature, things are working right, but it was too cold for them or it was
Well,
too
then I
hot
don't
for
care.
them. Right? So like, I kind of agree with the major minor discussion, but they did utilize our space, they utilized our electricity, they utilized our floors, they utilized our space, they got the service that they paid for, even if that doesn't mean that they did it in the temperature that they desired. But,
They also got the sweeper that didn't work quite right.
Yeah.
And some other things that occurred. So I,
what about partial refund?
Well, I thought about that too.
But they did invest in the AC units, but they also took the AC units with them and they couldn't return those AC units.
You mean the fans?
I thought they brought in portable AC units. I thought they said something about that.
Yeah, I actually, I'm not gonna nickel and dime on this, I'm gonna go one way or the other. I'll go with
Bring
the full
forward the
thing.
motion.
I don't even know what the rates are, you know?
Well, just return the entire deposit.
It's $75.
Hmm?
They give us 150, we give them 75 back. If 75 is deposit, the actual rent is 75. So we're talking about $75.
I make a motion that we refund $125, just see if we get a session,
The total.
which covers the, most of all that they've paid and just charges for some basic rental, which is what they got from the road. So moved.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Do you need their names?
I have no what it is.
Okay.
And they send an email.
I'd rather
Track
not
down
put
the
the
email and
names.
send it to them.
Any other discussion?
We're gonna give them 125 back.
A total of.
Yeah, 75 deposit back and 50 of the rent back.
Right,
Got it.
got it. Call roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
I was for
Okay.
partial.
Township Hall, I think we covered this from the Township Hall.
Yeah, Tiffany, Jenkins will get back to us on that.
Okay, interim chief report,
Already discussed, I'll be following up with the chief and trustee O'Brien on that.
Microsoft and Google use.
Okay, so this is just an announcement, but I am okay with moving forward with only using Microsoft moving forward at the end of this year because of the widening, the fiber, the integration with the county. And I think that we do need to use one system or the other.
Got it.
But give me a year to get things up and running and transition over from Google to Microsoft, do those things. So we'll be working with IT Makery on that. I'm assuming you guys are okay with,
One or the other.
okay, well, I know your position on it.
Well,
Are
this
you
is-
okay with Microsoft only and not using Google?
Microsoft's what we're using now, right?
We use both now.
Yeah, but, well,
And if we got rid of Google Business, there are some implications for
are
storage.
you talking about getting rid of the Gmail?
Gmail, it would be everything for the business side. So you couldn't log into your email through Gmail, you couldn't access those drives. We would be getting rid of the Google products and we need to migrate everything that we which I think I pretty much am using Google the most
I
right now.
am too, actually.
Oh, you are? Okay. So we would need time to migrate everything into a Microsoft system, but we would lose the whole Google Business Suite, which is what we invest in right now.
I'm 90% okay with it. The other 10% is, would we lose our addresses that we're currently using?
No, because we have those through both Microsoft and Google, because you guys can log in using Outlook, right?
I don't, but I think I can.
I'm using Gmail.
You guys all only use Q? I thought for some reason you used Outlook already.
No. Oh, well, we used Outlook before, and then we changed from Outlook to Gmail. And I've used 3 or 4 different word processing. I think I've got all my 15,000 memos.
We would lose, anything that's only in Google, we would lose. So I can look into that and why don't I look into it?
And that's a good.
Give it, but I'm saying that we can go to one system and Microsoft is the right system because fire uses it, the county uses it, and when we get on the closed loop,
And when the county's using it, that's what we need to use.
Yeah, that's what we really need to use. There's an inevitability here, so we might as well kind of start trucking along. But there are some implications for it, so I'll get with IT Mabriel, and it's not urgent, so can you put this back on the agenda in a month from now, Jeff? Not next meeting, but, actually the July meeting?
Yes, that is.
July 9th?
Do we have 2 meetings in July?
No.
What?
Oh, no, we
Yeah,
said
we
June
did.
and August, didn't we?
I think.
The
Because we ended up
second,
meeting the last 2 years, like every week in July.
every week.
We've got more in July than we did any other month.
Second Monday of July is July 8th,
July.
and then fourth is the 22nd.
Yeah, that's gonna be a huge migration. Let me look into it and I'll put it back on the agenda for July. We're not in any rush. We've already paid for licenses for this year, but.
Is that a calendar year?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna take a while.
yeah, it will if we do.
And, I don't know if that even includes the old stuff that was in, the Microsoft.
Yeah, okay.
And then there was the stuff before that. But, what kind of a situation does it create for records retention?
Well,
That's
yeah.
what I wondered.
And we would have to figure out the retention of it. There would be no question, like, we wouldn't lose it, we'd have to figure out a way to retain it, we have to do a migration, do a whole project. I actually think it'd be a really great project for somebody like Jerry Valentine to potentially do, you know, so, but we'll get there. There's no rush.
Just don't get too big of it.
Yeah.
Okay, annexation of FinCom properties to City of Delaware.
This is FinCoin, and this is, a pretty large swath of property that's, been initiated to be annexed from Berlin Township to the City of Delaware.
I haven't seen it. Is it back in?
No, I was told about it by, a trustee in Delaware Township that they initiated the annexation like 2-3 weeks ago. I
That
haven't seen
should
it.
come to us if we
Yeah,
actually initiate.
That's why I put it on the agenda, because I have not seen anything, I have not heard anything. Have you gentlemen?
I don't even know what FinCom is.
FinCoin. It's a Bitcoin company that bought up, hundreds of acres in our township. And has been
Where?
sitting on it. All of the, east of the railroad tracks and even some on just west of the railroad tracks, but along the City of Delaware line. And they're prepared to.
Where in West?
Northwest, they're gonna annex that 80 acres.
I believe I've heard of this, and the way I heard of it was in Marion County, they bought thousands of acres, up there doing this similar thing. It's not.
They've been attached to, I'm not exactly sure, but they've been attached to a couple of different developments that do pushes for, higher density housing, affordable housing. And I don't know exactly what all their investment portfolio looks like, but I know if you do like the parcel search in Berlin on a map and you go through the western side, you're gonna see FinCoin in a bunch of different places now.
So where is it west of the tracks? I mean,
Northwest.
east of the tracks.
Yeah, no, west of the track.
It's all west of the tracks.
No, there is a portion east of it near, it's down,
Like Gregory Road?
it's lower than Gregory. It's lower, it's closer, I don't
Like
remember.
which one?
It was,
Is it the housing that came through us?
no, they're not FinCoin, no. It was Cheshire and Pyatt, and it was by the temple, just north of the temple.
Oh,
Sunshine Pie, it's the McNamara place, the old man.
Just north of the temple.
no, it's the
Cheshire
Cheshire Gardener
Cheshire Tire, the only place there that's open.
The southwest corner,
McNamara Place, one of the McNamara places.
It wasn't that.
southwest of Cheshire Pike.
You sure?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, the McNamara place.
Where the house was torn out and that? What was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not sure what to do with this
Okay.
information, but we have not been informed, and I feel like it's a pretty big swath of land to just gobble up and have nobody say anything to us about. And the fact that I only know about it from a trustee in Delaware Township concerns me.
No, they have to send it to us. I mean, we can do nothing to stop it, but they have to send it to us.
Well, but I would like us to write in and say that they need to take all the roads and then
Yeah.
do our due diligence.
I believe it's a lot more than what's going on in Berlin Township or Delaware County. I think
No,
it's
I agree. I think that they are buying up a bunch of land.
a
and-
bunch of land.
But Tom Holman, initiated with them to annex this. So we gotta figure out just what's going on.
Okay, I don't know anything. I'd really like to know.
Okay, I'll follow up on it. I didn't know if you gentlemen didn't know
I
exactly.
never heard
Thank you.
anything about it.
Because they came up when we went to TIF everything. We were looking at all the parcels. See, this pain point, what is this? And then every time I checked, they get more and more land in the area. Now they're annexing.
Okay, next one's probation period for employees and handbook.
Yes, so I've had the chance to review the handbook recently, and we don't actually specify a set probationary period for employees, nor do we specify a docking and pay. And
Docking.
yeah, like the reduction of pay for up to $1 for a year that has occurred.
Something that would make more sense to me is to have.
Like, for example, sorry, we did that with Jerry Valentine, where we had brought him in at $25, and then we said, but the probationary period reduced to $24 for a year.
Yeah, but that's how we've always done it, so it should be.
It's not in the handbook
No more.
anywhere. It's not in the handbook anywhere, but I also don't like the idea of the document pay.
I
do
don't
like
see
the
it as
probation.
document.
Well, here, you're supposed to get this amount. We tell you that this is the amount for the position,
But I don't say
we're not
that.
paying you the amount of the position.
But I don't tell them that's the amount, I tell them the probation amount is the amount.
But it's wrong to attach the probationary period with the payment. The pay for the position is the pay for the position. And the probationary period is based on performance. So if we tier it and we say, if you're a year one employee, then you make X amount, like the road laborers. If year one or fire, year one, year two, year three, then we increase your pay. That's a pay range that you can work with, because you can say,
Well, it's the same thing, but different words.
no, it's not at all the same thing, because the other one's probationary period and you get taken off, meaning you're in good standing. It's not a escalation in pay, it's a de-escalation in pay because you're on probation.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
What I'd like to see is a level one for that particular position, whatever it is, for a level one employee. And then after that 6-month period or whatever the period is, they go to level two. And that's the normal.
I'm okay with that, because like I said, that addresses that you're coming at level one and this is your pay. I'm not okay with saying, the pay for this position is $25, but we're gonna pay you $24 for a year.
And that's what I'm trying to say too.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with what I said.
So if the amount is what we've done in the past, I'm okay with calling it whatever.
Yeah, that's all we're doing.
Well,
I
but we
think
would
so.
have to resolve the current issues that I think are outstanding, which is we publish how much the position pays in the organizational meeting minutes. And so I would want that to be level one. And then us to define the protocol for each position to say level two occurs after X amount of time and it goes up.
So,
And that's kind of like what we're doing with the fire captains.
Yeah, it's very similar to that. And I'm fine with that because of the way that
Yeah,
it's.
and I would be okay to do that with some of the other positions. where we have a couple of different pay scales for
So-
that position.
Is what you're recommending going to change anybody's pay?
Well, if we were to do something tonight, what would have been Jerry Valentine's pay would change?
Yeah, see, I'm not okay with that.
Because the amount of his position is $25 and the probationary period came in for a year and we reduced it down to 24, and that's just a dissatisfier, but I also don't think it doesn't make sense that if you have a position that pays the amount and you have somebody filling that position, that you would dock the pay for a year while they're on probation. It does make sense that you would start at a level and say, this position pays this amount for year one.
Yeah,
and
but
then
you're
you go-
seeing it as docking, I'm not seeing it as docking.
It absolutely is docking because the position is budgeted, the position is listed. Everybody can see how much the position is supposed to pay, but they're getting $1 short of that. What other definition would you put to that?
Probationary period.
No, probationary period is performance, not pay.
In the past.
It's docking while you're on probation.
And I can justify the difference in pay, but I mean, not the, but because people that are hired new, they don't know where anything is. I mean, if we hire a new roads department employee, we can't say, go clean the grave in the back of the, where the block.
Yes,
house
I
is.
agree. I love the idea of level one, level two, or tier one, tier two. And I do think that there are some exceptions where maybe we bring somebody in at a tier two automatically, depending on their experience or their whatnot. But I'm perfectly fine with a level one, level two rate and us adjusting all of our positions based on that.
I understand your position.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't agree with it, but I.
But then the other
I
thing is
understand.
the probationary period is not listed in the handbook.
And I think it should be.
And it absolutely should be, it needs to be. The question is do we want to have 6 months or 1 year as our standard?
And like what you would want, I don't want to say I don't care, because, but I want it consistent.
That's said. So do you have a preference for the probationary period, trustee Bullard? We gotta have something that's consistent, fair across the board. 6 months or a year?
I think it depends on the job. But, that's why I like the level one, level two.
Well, I think that maybe the adjustment in pay the amount depends on the job, of course, not a set percentage, but I think that in general, we're talking about general employment in our township, we should have a consistency of you're on probation for 6 months when you start a new position, period. Or you're on probation for a year.
So where we always get in trouble with the pay part is when they're hired, let's say, October. And then everybody gets a pay raise, but they haven't.
Well, that to me, I agree with you on this. We've talked about before, like that to me is negotiable because we brought you in at a certain amount and the position just doesn't go up that year. Or we say, well, we're gonna bring you in a little bit higher to accommodate this adjustment.
So that's usually where my hang up is, not so much the probationary amount, but the discussion always goes that way. And
So that's a bit of a source for you. We can resolve that. So we can have something with the amount not being reduced. But then address if you're hired within 90 days of the pay adjustment, the amount that you come in at is the amount you maintain at for a year.
for a year and 3 months.
Yeah, till the next adjustment. Well, but then we could say you're on probation for 6 months, but you don't move from level one to level two till a year. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not, we've wed them together, but they don't have to be wed together. Because performance is good job, you get to keep your job. Pay raise is good job, you made it in a year. You know what I mean? So are you guys generally?
So can you maybe wordsmith it and then bring it back,
Yeah,
and then I'll Tell you what I don't like.
That sounds perfect. Are you okay with the direction I'm going? Okay, so I'll wordsmith some things, bring it back, and definitely we have to get it into the handbook, get that adjustment. With the collective bargaining completing, we need to address the handbook again by the end of the year.
Well, and here's an issue, and I don't know if you want to talk about it now. It's kind of late, but this year might be a little bit funny about our pay adjustments, because if we go to 20% paying into insurance, that's an amount absorbed by the employees that they may not be. And I've been thinking about this, because I was thinking January 1 was the best time for that, but I'm not so sure that I agree with that anymore. I think maybe at the renewal in May of next year. But I think you need to think about that. I think the board needs to think about that before we get to organizational meeting. I think that's too late, because I think the employees need to have a heads up.
Well, I mean, are we solid that we are gonna do an 80-20 split?
Well, we need to talk about it. But I think we need to talk about it before.
I agree. I think we need to discuss it and come to a consensus, because I'm not quite there yet. Like, what if it's 85-15, or what if we tier it and say, year one, like over the next 2 years, it's gonna be 85-15, and then.
I think we have to get 80-20, to 80-20. How we get there, I'm up to negotiating, but I think we need to get there.
I'm not sure yet. I wanna see some of the figures and the way that would play out. But let's talk about it
Good time.
Okay, but we
then. We
need
need to talk about it.
but we need to.
Okay. Next item, newsletter items.
You gentlemen are sending me everything by the end of the week, we're good on that.
I've got mine, but I need to. Letter.
Are we sending it to you or to Kathy?
Kathy?
I've got a letter. Is there anything else I need to write?
Roads, or what you need to have
I've
roads.
got to put roads in the letter and a bunch of things.
Roads, I thought there was something you wanted to write
Trash.
about.
Put trash in there too.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the sign at Evergreen?
For what?
Do you want to talk about the sign at Evergreen?
Let's do that since it's not gonna get installed until August. Let's do that once it's actually installed for the next
And
newsletter.
then have a picture.
I think that'd be good.
Okay.
Well, you could talk about taking donations for the sign.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, you were gonna say how people could donate to
I can-
it. That's
I
right.
can put that in,
Good one.
I'll put that in the letter.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, meeting minutes confirming March posting and April feedback.
Already done for this. Keep meeting minutes on the agenda, but you don't need to have confirming March posting. They're not posted yet. Fiscal officer has the information he needs to proceed forward.
Okay, so that just stays there.
Yeah.
And everything. Okay, LinkedIn account.
LinkedIn account, that's, so there's people that are associating with our township on the LinkedIn account, and we don't have like a logo. We wouldn't use it for any, we could potentially use it for the same thing that we use Facebook for, to push out a publication. One of the benefits of LinkedIn is that it's more of a professional business output than like Facebook, for example. There's a lot of people that don't have Facebook that do have LinkedIn.
Check with the prosecutor and figure out the records that are required for it.
Yeah, it would go up under our social media policy, retention. I'm not gonna bring anything forward, but I wanted to put the idea out there for everyone.
So you're gonna have to educate me on it when you talk about it, because.
So LinkedIn is a professional social media.
Yeah, but I mean, how does it benefit the township? How does it benefit the constituents?
Yeah, so basically, the audiences don't necessarily overlap. So, to me, it really is about resident outreach, and you can reach residents. There's a certain demographic that uses Facebook, and, for example, the much younger generation these days typically doesn't use Facebook. They use either Instagram or Snapchat or something like that. But almost every one of them has a LinkedIn account, because that's the way you push forward your professional profile.
So that's what I thought it was, more people oriented, not organizational oriented.
No, it's very organizational oriented.
See, I didn't realize that.
You scarcely find a company that doesn't have a LinkedIn account, because when you're hiring, this is the other benefit. So when you're hiring, you can post a job on LinkedIn, and that can be another stream that you get direct input into. So we could post on LinkedIn, which would probably be a more appropriate place to post than Facebook
Yes.
when you're hiring.
Yes.
And then you can get a whole range of demographics, because LinkedIn has a wider range than Facebook, a wider range than Instagram too.
So let's say we do a job, let's say assistant fire chief.
Mhm.
You put that on there. How does that get?
What's nice is you just direct them to our website to apply.
But how do they know to go, oh, I'm looking for assistant fire chief job?
Well, this is what's beautiful about LinkedIn, is it really is a company and search platform. So you type in, if you're looking for a job, you type in assistant chief, and Berlin's gonna come up in that search result. So if you're like, hey, I wanna work for a fire department, Ohio, if we have that job posted, it comes up.
Okay.
I'm not saying we need to do it, I'm just saying that
I'm
there
not opposed, I just
could
need
be a
to- I
benefit
just
to
need to
it.
be educated.
Yeah. And so it could expand our professional profile, our
Because-
ability to search.
So it's just the township, it's not the board.
Correct.
But do we have access to it so that?
It would be a single account, so, just like with Facebook, for example, you can have a single admin or single account, and then different people can be admins on that account. So you would log in under your name, but then you can switch from your personal profile to your Berlin Township. That's the same with Facebook. Like Kathy and I can both access Berlin Township right now. I never see what Kathy has, and Kathy never sees what I have. But then in the Berlin Township Facebook, you can see who did the post and what time they posted it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next one, I'm assuming this is not marijuana discussion. Joint recreation.
Yeah, we probably do need to have that conversation too with marijuana and the sales in the township, but.
We need to determine where we want to put the marijuana businesses in our.
That's what I'm saying, we probably do need to have that discussion sooner than later. But this is, I forwarded the email to you all. Tyler Lane wants to explore a joint recreation venture with the city of Sunbury, Berkshire, Berlin, and a couple others. I said that we could assign a representative from our Parks and Trails Advisory Committee to listen.
So I really want to know what their end goal is.
Well, this is interesting, so get that email from Tyler, say we'd be interested in hearing about it. No commitment, no anything. But a couple hours later, I'm at the One Delaware meeting, and Mayor Joe St. John is announcing a joint recreation district, and I don't even know what it is. So whatever has happened, so I went to Tyler and I said, well, we're not in it, but like we can talk about it. We need to just understand it. So there is no commitment, there is nothing, and I don't know about it, but I want to keep it on you guys' radar.
Well, because, and I thought about this, okay, and I probably shouldn't do it in a meeting, but this is the only place we can do it. Because, the four townships come together, Berlin, Berkshire, Genoa, Orange. That would be almost a perfect place for a, why?
Yeah,
But it wouldn't have to be why, it could be.
yeah, any concept.
But I want to see, this is the part that I'm not real keen on, is that once you create it, they can be doing anything they want. But if it were limited to that, and it was the 4 townships, and then the city of Sunbury wants to get in, that's fine, you know, because it's, and it were located in the 4 corners there.
And they have the smallest amount of residents in it, right, pretty much.
And Berkshire is booming, so, I mean, one day Berkshire will be bigger than us, population wise, well, unless Sunbury eats them up.
Somebody's gonna need them up.
But the tax base of those 5 entities, well, why not Berlin if Sunbury's gonna be in there, but 5 or 6, but if it were located there, and we could say, this is the extent of the recreation district, and if it's more than this, we're out. That's the part I don't think we can do. But if we could do that, then I might be interested, because I've had residents say they're interested in like a Y.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And if you had Orange, Genoa, Berkshire, Sunbury, and Berlin, that tax base, that'd be a very small,
And, yeah,
if it were limited to just that.
yeah.
How's this different than the Parks District?
Well, they're different taxing authorities, but they're,
Well, I understand that.
yeah, but they're very similar.
And why couldn't the Parks District be this?
It could be.
You know, I mean, for the whole county,
Yeah.
for everybody.
Could be.
I mean, right now.
Well, preservation parks, are you talking about preservation parks?
They cannot do this. They don't have, I've asked them about it, that's not what they do,
You were saying legally they can't do it.
yeah, the way they are set up.
Okay.
The way that they're set up as conservation something, they're not an active recreation space.
I see.
But I do think there's something that could be said about the county getting involved, and my recommendation to economic development, which did come out in the trends and the things that they had made goals for initially, was to create a county sports commission to address sports and recreation across the county and come up with a systematic plan to better service the area. I mean, we have shortage of baseball fields, soccer fields,
Well, see,
football fields, everything.
see, that's why I want to limit it, because once you get into that, you get your baseball people, and you get your soccer people, and they don't get along. And then you get your basketball people, and they don't get along. And then you got your lacrosse people, and they don't get along. So I'm not really into that, because I think you're creating a fight. And I just don't want to get into a fight.
Well, that would be at the county level, it doesn't have anything to do with it.
They
They can fight it over there. I can go fight that fight over there. But this is more like Tyler kind of said, it would be like a BTSG concept, or,
Yeah, I get it, and I do get it.
Yeah.
But I would.
the limitations, scope and size is an issue. Scope, size, and location.
Yes.
Got it.
But there is a location in Berkshire Township that's right at the 4 corners. And they wanted to develop that, and that got referendum, I believe. But if they donated land to that, they might get something that everybody would win.
Yeah, going with Genoa and Orange though, I mean, they have so many more residents than us that there is, to me, a little bit of a concern with the usability of it for our
Well, but you
residents.
make it larger. But the thing is, the location of the population,
Yeah.
they actually might not be
It's
passing.
north, yeah.
Now, the other question is, I think, but I don't know, in order for the recreation district to happen, each entity has to pass it. It's
Correct.
not a,
That
it's
is
not
correct.
a collective vote. Now, the townships can go together and the municipalities can go together, but the other entity that can do it is, recreation district, is the school district.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, but that's a mess, because it
Yeah.
doesn't work, because you got
Big Walnut,
Montangy,
Montangy, Westerville.
Yeah, so it just doesn't work. But legally it can happen.
Interesting. Well, then I will explore that further and I'll bring something back in probably July for.
And if they can limit scope, I think we ought to pursue discussions. If they can't limit scope, I'm not interested at all.
I thought you were gonna say I'm in
Move that
favor.
joint recreation district to July.
July. All right, thank you.
Okay, township operations specialist, we talked about
We talked about it and we've already completed that item. You can remove it from the agenda.
it. Okay, donation drop-off box for people in need at the township hall. We've resisted that in the past,
You
and
think, do we advise the fire station?
I think either one creates a problem, because then you suddenly open it up to anybody who wants to put a box there.
I'm okay with that.
You know,
You
if,
okay with
if,
that?
Okay, with what you said, not doing it?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm not in
Okay.
favor of doing it, just because I don't wanna have,
Well, and then there
Boxes.
are boxes and donations that may have more political implications, and I don't really want to get into that. You know, some are nonprofits, some are for-profits,
and I'm
Exactly.
not, and I'm not,
And I go for it, other places wanna do it, I say.
Yeah.
And there's places people can donate to it and so,
like churches.
yeah, so I think,
people in need make sense, but it's.
But it's a Pandora's box.
Open it
I
up.
agree. We're all in agreement. Okay.
Okay, zoning department, zoning inspector updates.
I'm going to follow up with, Dave Riebenhoff on that, question, and we'll have an update for next meeting.
Okay. Hearing date for Oak Park.
Oh, I don't have the binder. Do you guys have the binder for Oak Park?
I've got them in my office. You want them?
Yeah.
I haven't,
I think it is today.
Because we gotta accept it before we can have a hearing.
Trustee Brown, you already have yours?
haven't seen it.
Wow.
I've only got three. One says me.
I have one.
Oh, okay, that, I misunderstood that.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
I can I see that? Sir? So, just for clarification, we did receive confirmation from Scott Sanders that it is that trustees should set the date within 30 days of the approval from BZC, not when they accept the documents. So that's gonna be a pretty critical change for us moving forward. But with respect to BZC case 24-001, the rezone from FR1 to TPUD, and BZC case 24-003, rezone from FR1 to PCD, 526 Peach Blow Road, Lewis Center, Ohio. Move to accept the binder as Exhibit 1 in all documentation with the latter taking precedent over the former.
I'll second that. Call the roll, please.
Ryan,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
With what you said though, it's fun. We've gone from all the way over here to all the way over here, and I'm thinking we should be in the middle. Because they haven't even approved the minutes by the date of their.
They said the approval, I specifically asked about that, and I've been advised by two separate entities that it's 30 days from the date of the hearing and that the ORC is clear on it.
So then, why didn't our prosecutor's office say that?
Well, we haven't, I have not asked the prosecutor's office that question, but I imagine that that question has been asked numerous times by others, and
We did ask.
yeah, I can't speak to what they,
Okay, so, that being said, the BZC is gonna have to meet more often because they have to approve the minutes.
well, we're gonna need to accept the documents without the approval of the minutes and have the minutes be provided to us by the time of the hearing. That's what would need to happen. Because they meet,
I agree with that.
they,
But it needs to be on display how many days in advance of the hearing. It's 10 days, isn't it?
yeah, it's 10 days.
So they have to
So
have the minutes to
typically,
us.
but typically what happens is that they get the meeting minutes to us at the following one, and then we set the date, we set the date 30 days out from there. I don't want to get too much into the legalities of this because I want to
Understood.
be clear about what we would want to do going forward.
Understood.
But we can set the hearing date without the meeting minutes.
Understood. But the meeting minutes should be there 10 days before the hearing, right?
And I would suppose that they could be posted online in
But,
advance.
but the thing is,
Yeah, we accepted that.
but let's just say the BZC meets once a month.
No, they meet twice a month,
Do they always?
almost always, yeah. And now, if they need to approve the meeting minutes, they will have to meet. You know, just to approve the meeting minutes and go. But they do almost always meet.
But the minutes have to be done for them to see, so they can approve.
Mhm.
So, do we have a date and time for this?
So let's set so I think that we should hear it June 10.
What time? Do we have any date and, time certain on?
We
the
do, we have a 7 o'clock already for the zoning resolution.
Well, this should be after that because.
And this should be at least April.
Yeah.
Does it have to be advertised?
Mm-hmm.
10 days notice,
So it needs to
You're talking about June 10?
yeah.
Does 8 o'clock work?
The Gazette's gonna publish tomorrow, they're gonna publish Saturday. Saturday would be too late.
It has to be to them 10 days.
Yeah, it has to be to the Gazette 10 days in advance. We don't control when they actually publish. But you just need to be able to provide documentation that you were sent it to them, it was provided to them 10 days notice. So if you send it tomorrow, that would be fine even if it didn't get published tomorrow. Move to set date, time, place certain for BZC case 24-001 and BZC case 24-003 to June 10th, 8 PM at 3271 Cheshire Road.
Second.
Why is it 01 and 03?
I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe they combined them, maybe they had two separate ones.
hang on. You guys got something you want to discuss?
It's 01 and 03, so my guess is that they brought in 01, and then they brought in 03, and then they ended up combining them. I don't know.
You said June 10, 7:30?
No,
No, 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry,
8.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. And call the roll, please.
Do we have a second? Okay.
Didn't Ron second it?
Bullard,
Second.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All my old items could continue to stay on the old item list if we wanted to proceed forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see anything there.
Anything else on that one?
No, and I was saying, Mr. Chair, both trustee O'Brien and I don't see anything on here that can't wait for the old business till next agenda so we can
I
expedite.
just see, I don't either.
Okay,
Future meetings?
just DCRPC next Thursday.
We did move to continue the health district meeting, so that meeting has been continued until June 20th.
Great.
Not so great. It was a 8 to 7 vote to continue.
And then June 13th, we got a workshop meeting.
Okay.
And I don't know about anything else. And late items,
I don't have any late items.
neither do I.
Phone call today from a lady who wants to know if the township is interested in Aflac.
I would say not at this time.
I will tell her.
You guys agree?
At this time, I agree.
I'm not either. Okay, any other late items?
Move to adjourn?
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. Chris,
Okay.
do you have a pretty good idea exactly where Berlin School was?
On what?
Where